You're a loser, baby, a loser, goddamn baby.
Fucked up little whiny bitch. You're a loser just like me. Thanks, asshole. Thanks, Infinite. Also, hi.
Oh, I love Danny's head.
Oh, shit, I gotta turn down music a little bit.
Hola.
Hi, chat. And yes,
Hola, soy
hi.
Danny.
Soy Danny.
Soy Danny. Hola, vamos a la Telemundo.
Disgusting.
Anywho,
Ow!
hi, chat. Hi, Fen. Hi, Infinite. Hi, Dez. Hello, hello, everybody. Hello.
Don't worry, Danny. I'll keep you protected.
Hello.
We are back.
I'll protect your skin.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We are back in the world of the Violet Eyes Saga.
Indeed.
Hi! And this time, we will be starting with Book 2, which is the most recent book that has been published and released to the public. Oh, baby. This is going to be a good one. I didn't realize Streaky was the hat.
Sorry.
Yes, Streaky was the hat. Is the hat. That's a good segue to introduce the voice actors. More will be joining us a little bit later, but they are late, but that's okay. Life happens. We move on. Anyway. So, hello, it's me. If you're hearing my voice, you probably know who I am. Sorry.
Nice!
Right.
Good.
I'm a professional. I'm a professional, I swear. I'm a professional, I swear. Hi, I'm Jade. I'm Jade Timeout. Who the fuck are you, Burpee? Anyway, hi, I'm Jade Timeout, and I am the author of this series and the voice actor for Nyx Valentino. Next to me, over in the corner, that is Sunny. If one of my mods could go ahead and shout out Sunny, that'd be, like, really cool of you.
Aw, thank you.
Sunny, you're a mod. Shout yourself out. That's an order.
I'm actually trying to sign into Twitch right now. I am trying to find my password in my little book. We'll call it a book.
Damn, if only I was a mod, I can do it, but...
God
Don't
damn
it!
it!
For God's sake, don't give me power.
Don't you, I was like, that was not a wow on
me
that was a
right
wow on
now.
Streaky part.
it'll be so terrible.
The way I was trying to type out the command that I remembered, I don't work here.
Damn.
I don't work here, man.
Fine, I'll do it myself. It's all one word, right?
Yes.
Sunny,
What?
your name is all one word, correct?
Yes.
Mom's on.
Woo.
There you go, buckaroo. Anywho, so, wait a hot second. Hang on, chat.
Hot?
I'm having a problem because...
What?
I'm having a problem! My Streamlabs is, decided to turn itself off. So give me a second.
Oh, no.
It's just the chat
that-
bot that decided to turn itself off. It does this sometimes because it hates me.
Oh.
Okay. Just a heads
Yeah, it
up.
does
It is.
that.
I don't know. Oh wait, you put it in a different screen. Never mind. Okay. Cool.
Oh,
refresh
it
the chat bot every
didn't.
time I start streaming.
Estonia speaking facts. Make a
guess-
special command for the voice chat. Yeah, that sounds like a smart idea.
I probably should. I'm stupid.
Me too, don't worry.
I'm stupid. Anyway, so right, that's
I like
Sunny.
bullets.
Sunny is the voice of Matt the Guard in the first book, as well as Oliver Gray. We love
What's
Oliver.
up?
We love Oliver in this chat.
We do love
Oliver.
Oliver, indeed. Oliver is the best character, and you cannot convince me otherwise, because I'm him.
I'm literally him.
Period.
I may have a biased opinion, but
Anywho, on the,
I'm him. I'm him.
on the
It's
other
me.
side of me, on the other side of me, we have Voltix. If somebody like, is somebody like gonna like shout out Voltix? That'd be like really cool.
Oh, that'd be cool. I have a Twitch. I don't
I have a Twitch.
But I have a Twitch.
Yeah, when y'all
Yeah.
get to me, at least put at in front of small.
Small.
Yeah, small.
Right.
small.
So,
Twitch is not letting me log in.
that's cringe.
It's
I'm Danny.
incredibly cringe.
Oh yes, he Voltix here is the voice actor for Danny Aleda, the man, the myth, the legend.
Oh yeah.
The boy.
Cutie
That's
Pie
right.
Dannington. I love
Cutie
it.
Pie Dannington, yeah.
Oh man, no, you don't have to. Oh,
Fenrir over here acting like they work here.
Ben's trying.
Are you
Man,
getting
That's
paid?
more than we can
What's
say
your
for any of your
salary?
mods right now.
Man, could I request PTO?
Can I request PTO? Ow!
No.
Okay.
You're here forever. Part of the crew, part of the ship.
My work is just being
Part of the
strapped
ship,
to a
part of the
chair,
crew.
rewatching all parts of Violet to absorb trauma more. I'm like the chicken from All About Chicken. just
Salary. Jade doesn't
constantly-
even pay me for being a promoter because it's against my will, Des.
I do it for free just because it's funny.
Release me.
Anywho, next up we
Eventually.
have the little hat that is sitting on top of Mr. Aleda's head. That is Streaky Audios, who
Hi,
is the voice
I'm a
actor.
hat.
Yes, he is a hat. Who is the voice actor for
Hat.
Z? Nobody knows who that is yet, but that's fine.
My
Oh, you will.
It's hot.
My body has not been full yet because he's the slow process, so right now I'm a hat.
My body.
Was that fucking English?
My body has not been built yet.
My body has not been full yet, so for now I'm like the hat from Mario Odyssey, so I take over your body. No, right.
Spoilers, how dare. What? Oh no, the character's name. Such a massive spoiler. Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh no, it's the letter Z.
Oh no. Oh no. What a big problem this will be.
You put that away.
No.
No, 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 no. Let him cook.
I'm good.
By the order of the guild, let him cook.
I'll be coming for you real soon.
He said coming.
Anyway, next up in line, we have Saga over there, who is playing Narissa, and
Yay.
also is the second artist for the series. Gestures vaguely.
Yay. Yeah, yeah, hi. Hi.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I forgot to
hi.
follow. What the hell? Where am I?
Hey,
Wow.
bitch!
Oh,
I swear I did! Don't yell at me!
I would never.
I thought I was doing it.
I would never. Oh shit. Anyway, next up, finally, last but not least, for now, until other people show up, we have Togs. I'm
And
pretty
I
sure.
will be least.
No, the fuck you won't.
So I have a thing like right now that
Oh shit.
I'll fucking kill you. Anyway, right, this is Togs. Who
Endgame.
voices
Endgame.
not one, not two, but three people. Voices Jaya Suzuki, Raiko Suzuki, and Vladimir Faust. Nobody knows who any of those people are. That's fine. You'll get there.
Jade, I have a response in DMs.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
One moment.
Okay. I have to do this every time until I come out.
You're a bitch.
can I say blah blah blah? Yes. Okay. Blah 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 stream.
Oh no. You weren't supposed to say that.
Oh no.
This VOD is going on YouTube.
Oh no.
Say blah blah blah. You have to say blah blah.
Blah blah.
We did not go blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
You go blah blah blah.
Hello, other Sunny.
Alexi.
Hello.
Whose dog's never heard of her? Crazy.
Okay, I'm finally
Never
logged in.
heard of her.
Hello,
Use
my
the
twin.
page.
Sunny 2, Electric Boogaloo. Oh fuck, I need to
There's
put
two
some
of them now.
chapstick on. My lips are dry.
No, there's two.
I can't voice act under these conditions.
Hold on.
Asmos, welcome in.
Yeah, unfortunately, our Elizabeth VA cannot join us because they have D&D in 40 minutes.
That's pretty understandable, but also cringe. Hello, Sonny with a
That's
Y.
understandable, albeit a little bit cringe, but it's fine.
Kinda
Right.
gay. Oh my.
God.
God. How dare you?
Who
Not Des with the I
leaves
miss
early?
Vito. I messaged
Totally
him.
I miss him too.
I swear to God, if that motherfucker's still sleeping,
I miss my
was-
best friend too.
I miss my wife tails.
I miss my
miss
wife
the
tails.
tails.
Self-care nut package.
Oh.
No.
Nut button.
Wait, what? Message
The
not
nut
delivered.
button. No.
Nani?
F Vito. Yeah, I actually killed him.
I actually killed him. Is crazy.
So he's at the bottom of the mirror. Okay, never mind.
By the way, has all of you?
Marinara trench.
By the way, have
Exactly.
all of you?
Marinara trench.
Have all of you guys seen the lovely teaser that I happen to have posted on Blue Sky as well as in my Discord server?
Hey, that
No.
nut button.
No,
that's what
Jade,
happened
I
to
have
me when
not.
I
Would
saw
you
it.
care to present it?
Introducing.
Yeah.
This is your segue to show them.
Oh no.
Bitch, we got a segue. Let's go.
I realize so update, there's actually a
Uh-huh.
pretty valid reason for why Vito's not here yet.
Ah.
His internet
Uh-oh.
is gone right now.
Oh.
Oh no.
All right, that's when he pulls out the what
He
Yeah.
said he said I don't
Data.
have any internet at the moment, but I'm coming as
the
soon as I
goddamn
can.
hotspot.
The goddamn hotspot.
Tell that man to get into a library and just.
Wow, Jade, you have a blue sky? What is it?
Yes, segue.
Shit, I got, hang on.
Shit.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Lied?
I can't get over just the hat on Danny, and that's
Oh.
tricky. I love
Yeah.
that.
Hang
Hello.
on,
Yeah.
hang on, hang on,
I
hang
have a
on.
little hat on my head.
I will give just a little,
I'll give you cover, don't worry.
just a
Listen.
little FYI. I am dog sitting right now, so if I suddenly mute, and I have a line coming up, someone else is gonna have to read it because chances are I'm running to that dog because they have a shoe in their mouth.
If you mute, I'm just gonna start barking, and I'll replace the dog.
Oh shit! You
And
know,
the purpose
speaking
of
of the
your
dogs,
mute.
she just ran in here. Oh fuck! Hi, hello. Oh my god.
Alright, chat. There you go. Since Des so kindly asked for it, there you go. There's
Oh
the.
my
Oh,
God, a
Tonks,
blue
was that you
sky.
trying to post the link
Wow.
to my blue sky?
Whoa!
What do you mean trying?
It only pops up as actual.
Oh,
If
it
Vito-
doesn't come up as dots for me.
Oh, that's weird. Did you
Yeah,
put
Yes,
an
he does.
announcement?
He does owe us.
You're so
McDonald's.
right. You're so fucking
Yeah.
right. I'm so unprofessional.
Nice line.
Oh god, I suck. Wow, is this where I can get updates on Violet Eyes? It sure is, Des.
Hey, friend, you can't say fake streamer and then say shaking head my.
Got him.
Got him.
Fuck no.
Hey, wasn't May gonna join us?
May forgot that they have date night.
Cringe.
Okay, date night. Reading book.
Imagine going on a
Yeah.
date.
Imagine.
Totally. Okay, wait. I need to
I only
finish
think
this
about
post. Yeah.
Oh my
Oops.
god.
Oh my god!
I was so loud.
Sorry, I didn't know how sensitive that's going to be. I do apologize.
God. You know what? You know what?
What? What are you going to do? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, buddy.
Mm.
Y'all, please, no.
There
Oh.
I was waiting for the
So
bullet
good.
stack.
Is it okay to
I'm gonna
pop
check
in and
in.
see
There we
if my little PNG thingy works? Yeah. If you're able to
Yeah.
pop in real fast just to see if it
If it
all go well.
works.
Oh.
That is the incorrect PNG.
Okay, that was
That
nice.
I'm sorry.
Perfect soundbite, though.
Yeah. Now the silence. The silence was great, and then the moment that happened.
Silence and then gone.
I'm going to need a minute.
Obama.
Oh my lord. I forgot I had
That threw
that.
me.
It's crazy.
No. That needs to be clipped for real.
I didn't even hear anything.
Hang on.
I heard a bump. No.
Just an
Is there an
echoing
Obama?
no.
It's definitely
I didn't even hear anything. That's fucking crazy. All right, I have posted now on Blue Sky because I am definitely a professional.
Wow, are you?
No.
Obama? Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Obama?
No.
Whoa, she's huge!
Hello?
I know.
Oh my. No,
big
Beaver.
woman. Hello.
May I
Elizabeth.
Better cook.
May I introduce Elizabeth?
Hello, sailor.
Mother.
I'm a giant woman, apparently.
Hell yeah, you are.
You are.
I
Hello.
am
Please.
my mommy.
Sorry.
I am. I am a giant woman.
Can I see your mom?
Instead of Jimmy's mom, it's Nix's mom.
I moved on.
Tried to clip it.
Mom's got it going on.
Tune in.
Jimmy's mom has got it going.
Next line. Cool. It also looks like there's a link to what's this? Physical copies of Violet Eyes. That's right, Des.
Don't forget the hardcover copy's out.
Hardcover baby is out
Yes.
already.
Yes.
Big old promotion. I mean,
Would
just
you like hard or paper?
There's paperback, there's
Sorry?
hardcover, and then there's a digital version.
We're getting
Yeah.
we're getting up there.
Then there's gonna be an audiobook.
Yeah, it's gonna be an audiobook soon.
We're
and
all gonna be
and
way up in your ear.
and
Mhm.
May 31st. My birthday
Bless you.
is when the third book releases.
Oh yeah, baby.
yeah.
That's what we're fit- that's
I'm
what
on
we're
my
gonna-
eyes picking up.
Oh, I think I
And-
just had
Stressed
another
about the
stroke.
deadline. Let's
And-
go.
And
And
all on the same day, I will be releasing the paperback, hardcover, and digital version all on the same day.
oh fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, baby.
That'll be my birthday gift too because my birthday's on the 27th, so we're close.
Yo.
Well,
Oh shit.
This is perfect.
Exciting.
My diet ends on the 31st. I'm eating good now.
Ah yes, I'm
Yeah,
eating good
great.
tonight, baby.
finally some good fucking food.
Some good food in your body. Read a good
At that
book.
point, you're just gonna eat the book.
Oh baby, we have our
Oh,
Nathan.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I'm
my
kind of like
God,
on
what's
top of him.
A lot of readers might enjoy that,
Reverse
but
rolls, but fair enough.
A lot of
reverse
like,
rules
no,
is
no.
crazy.
I'll make it canon.
Wait, okay,
No.
Nice.
Yes.
No.
Oh,
I
God.
have the power.
There's like no space for all these PNGs. Hang on, I gotta.
Sneaking over the shoulder.
Here, we can all like spoon each other. Just make everyone spoon each other.
Hang on. I'm
Yes.
working on it.
If
I'm
you
working on it.
move- If you
Yeah.
move everyone, like Danny, all the way to the left, just left a bit more. you can
Actually,
put-
make him 2 millimeters tall, 2 millimeters wide. Make him really small.
Like a
From
1
on top of Streaky.
put it. No, no.
I
Put
want
him
him to
right
take up
on
a single
top of
pixel,
Nick.
maybe even less than that.
Put him
Why
right on
y'all
top.
hit on Danny so much? What the fuck?
Joy on that. Hello? That was too much joy for that one.
I'm trying to. I have.
You know, I
so
really,
many-
we all just had kind of like a 2-minute meltdown and Spook didn't say a thing during it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hang on, I'm trying. I have so many motherfucking PNGs. This is such a. Gah.
Anyway, how
Woman,
you doing, Spook?
Woman, I'm just a hat. I'm just forced to be on something.
This is your fault for having so many characters.
Elizabeth looks
The fuck you mean?
Not
She
you.
looks like a backstory of Viper from Valorant.
No, nah.
Oh my god.
Thought I escaped Valorant.
Oh, another VA. Do they stream? Someone do a shout out.
Oh,
Oh
true.
my god.
Someone shout out Spook.
No, don't fucking do it.
I'll
don't
kill
do
you,
it.
bitch. Shout him out.
You promised?
Damn it.
I could promise that.
Say less.
I got you, baby. Just hold
I get jokes.
I got jokes. Wait, Spook, you're a fucking you're a mod. Shout yourself out.
You know what? This Sponia is
Yeah, he's
giving
gonna say
like
no.
Dez is giving like Joseph Joestar from JoJo, predicting every line.
Oh my god.
And
Your
then you will
next
say-
line will be.
And then you'll say this.
Mhm.
You know what? You
And
know what,
then-
Des?
Oh, fucking. Okay, I'll be right back. Motherfucker brought a stick into that.
JoJo reference, new name.
That's his stick now.
Congrats on the promotion, Des.
Lamau.
Oh god.
Congratulations, let's go.
Wow.
Am I ascending?
Watching people live your dreams. Wow.
All right, fine, Togs. Fucking.
At this point, everyone should be mod, I think.
There we go. Congrats.
What's another word for ascend?
Arise.
Not the arise. Fuck you, Automod. I win.
I'll talk, Chef. Arise.
Arise.
Oh my god, you scared
I
the
love that voice.
Is there a new episode today? There should be, right?
There's
There's a
something
new
I
episode of
think
Violet
this
Eyes
season
today, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'm in if we ever get to it.
Hey man, I'm just big chillin', hanging out with Chet. You know, we're building.
we're enjoying
building
each other's
the
company.
excitement. You know, we're building the excitement. We're getting a little bit of the giggles out before we actually get
Yeah.
into it. So we hopefully don't, derail every 20 seconds.
All right, everyone do the stanky leg. Let's go.
Everyone do the stanky leg.
All right, fine.
Yeah,
It's
but
standing
he's
up.
gonna give
Hold
up.
on.
Hold on.
Oh shit! Everyone's getting so stinky in here.
Oh shit.
Excuse you. I want you to know I actually stood up and did a snake leg right in front of my desk.
For the record, I actually did shower before I joined.
I
so-
also
Oh,
showered
but you
before
know
I
what?
joined. I'm not stinky.
I didn't. I haven't showered in like 8 weeks.
I don't
I could-
believe you.
Yeah, oh, yeah, we did,
Not
I
bragging.
can
So you're
see
telling
that.
me that you got that gamer musk?
I do. I got that
Nice.
gamer cheese.
No.
She's pheromone maxing.
Is that why my room smells like that? I thought it
Yeah,
was me this whole time.
Have you
Yeah.
never heard that term?
I got that gamer cheese.
Every time I
one-up
think that I
cheese.
have something to say, I am silenced and in awe. of
Yeah,
what I'm
literally.
saying.
I am simply speechless. My words have
Yeah.
failed me.
That moment
Taking
just
it all in. I'm taking it all in.
Welcome
moment.
to the Violet Eyes cast, Asmos and Seka. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Ha,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if you still think
Not
that
excited.
after this stream.
Shut up.
If you still think about that after chapter
Yo.
2.
Chapter 2.
There we go.
So
man.
early. Why is it so fast? I'll give it 20 minutes.
20 minutes? All right.
No.
Let's get in. We got 20 minutes. You hear that, chat? We got 20 minutes.
20 minutes till what?
Exactly. We never know.
What? We got
For-
20 minutes. Who
for
knows
the
till what?
depression.
Anywho.
Oh,
All right.
man.
So,
I don't know how
Hi.
long I'll be here, by the way. 'cause I
that's
got
okay.
this
That's fine.
dog.
That's fine.
Dog.
Yeah, I
Oh,
probably got
wait.
maybe 2 hours.
So,
Pin a
Yeah,
message with
chat.
the,
An hour
with
and a half.
the warnings.
also,
Chat.
VCs, VA, I should say, VAs.
Yeah.
If you don't have the manuscript, it's inside chat,
Yeah.
so you can
If
pull
you
that
have-
up.
If you have the book, apparently it's pointless.
It's not pointless, it's just not 100% accurate.
I'm sweating.
Anywho, I'm going to
Jane.
pause my music because it will be a distraction for me. So, we are starting on book 2, baby.
Function?
And for the YouTube people, I'm definitely
Bros.
going to be putting a timestamp in the very beginning, being like, hey, if you want to skip all of our bullshit exposition, you can go to the timestamp and it'll just go right into the reading.
Yepper depper.
Yepers.
Yeah.
Anywho, so I'm going to start with this little introduction, which includes all of the trigger warnings. And if one of my mods, either newly appointed or otherwise, would put those in
Got it.
chat for me, that would be very kind of you. And also
I got you,
pin
fam.
it until the end of stream. That would also be pretty cool. Anyway, trigger warnings include graphic blood and gore, descriptions of physical and psychological torture, strong language, sexual themes, panic attacks, themes of self-harm, and suicide. Lol.
Yay!
Yay!
And suicide.
Suicide in game.
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 I think game.
Do a flip.
Okay.
Nah, that's wild.
Woo!
Oh god.
Anyway,
Do a flip and live.
right. I could probably narrate the first one, the first chapter, because there's not. Hang on, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Beep. Okay.
I feel like I should narrate it just because the word gray is in there.
Yeah, but it's
Fuck.
not. But it's not spelled right for Oliver's name. You know.
Great.
His name is spelled with an E.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe you should narrate. This dog is currently trying to bite me. Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah.
You guys
Yep. The dog wants to read. Let him cook.
dispose of the animal.
So I'm gonna mute while we're going through this.
Very cool.
Just
I'm
in
gonna
case.
have to go.
We see him
talk
unmute. He just goes,
You-
"Arise." You're like, huh?
Don't worry
about it,
Oh,
Asmos.
guys.
Rawr.
I will be here the next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye bye.
Mwah.
It's your
Everybody
bye.
have a
Bye-bye.
good time.
Bye, Mom.
Have a good day.
Bye.
And then we never saw her
Never
again.
saw her again.
Spook, shake my hand.
God.
All right, so we have an audition for Elizabeth.
No.
And can
Right.
can
Sign
Danny
up
canonically
our,
get uppies from Elizabeth, please?
No.
I'll draw it.
No.
Oh, please.
Holy shit. Now I'm just
He's gonna have like
imagining
his
a
toes
picture.
in turn and everything.
Now I'm just imagining a picture of Elizabeth holding Danny up like by like under his armpits, just like away from her, just being like, "I think this is yours."
Jade, I think. Oh wait, Nix, I think I found one of yours.
Okay, we're getting off to chapter 1.
Okay, acting.
Acting.
I have to get my food. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, I will narrate this. Okay. Oh shit! If he's not here, then I forgot.
What do we need?
I literally go right.
The
into-
timing is unbelievable.
Yeah, I was about to say we
We're-
literally go right into a Danny scene. What the fuck? Like,
Did Danny just walk away?
he had to
Yeah,
Danny
grab
his
did.
food because his food got door dashed. But it's
Big back, big back.
probably,
Uh,
Ain't no
I'm-
big back. I have my headset on. I can hear all your
Uh-oh!
What?
Say
Who said
shit.
that?
Oh my
Nix,
god.
what the heck?
Oh my god.
Oh,
the hell?
oh, also,
Oh,
Seka.
shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Would you mind, since May is not here, would you mind filling in for Soul?
Oh fuck.
Bah.
If it helps.
I guess.
If it helps,
You got this.
let me.
I
hang on,
can.
let me see if I can. Her voice is somewhere down like this. You know what I mean? Kind of stoic, kind
Okay,
of
so like
deadpan.
like my normal voice.
Kind of, sorta.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do it then. Yeah.
Very
Sure.
cool, very cool.
Basically
Except,
just talk.
yeah, kind of like stoic and deadpan. She doesn't really show emotion through the voice very much.
Okay. Okay. I got it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta drink some Wawa.
Wow.
I ate my taco.
Yeah, we're
Nice.
rolling right into a
Eating my
Danny
taco. I mean,
Danny
what?
scene, so I hope you're ready.
All right.
Let the taco fuel you.
Chapter 1. Morally Gray. It had only been about 6 hours since Nix, Nate, and their new friends escaped the glorified birdcage they were forced into. It had been an incredibly long night for all of them, although they hoped they were truly safe now. The large building they now lived in was exactly what Jack suspected. It used to be a den for the city's homeless, but for an unknown reason, it had been completely abandoned. It had plenty of old mattresses for them to each have their own to sleep on. Other than that, the building seemed to be almost completely gutted. Some interior walls even had large holes knocked through them. Most of the windows had been broken as well. This place was safe, at least, and that's what they needed most. It was about 6 a.m. when Sol woke up from her sleep with a jolt. She had another nightmare, about them. She rubbed her fingers across her eyes to clear the cobwebs from her brain. She then sat up with a groan and looked around the dark room. She could see all of her friends, still sleeping on their respective mattresses, except for one.
Do you want me to do the inner monologue?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's Danny?
She thought to herself as she looked around more. His mattress was empty. She searched around for a clue to his whereabouts, and that's when she spotted it. Through the open door of the room she was in the next room, she could see an open window. Through that window, she could see a fire escape. The sun was peeking over the horizon, turning the sky into a pale orange.
That's what he meant.
Soul also saw Danny's shoulder around the edge of the window, along with a few white strands of hair flowing in the gentle breeze. An unfamiliar feeling of warmth flowed through Soul's chest, but a subtle tinge of worry followed it. Danny sat on the fire escape with his legs bent so that his feet were flat on the grate. His arms were resting on his knees, and his head was resting against the brick wall of the building. His eyes were closed, and he was bathing in the warm morning sun. He hadn't been able to do this in a long time.
Couldn't sleep either, huh?
Danny jolted with a deep gasp when Soul's voice sounded suddenly through the silent morning.
Gosh, you scared the hell out of me. That was not a whisper.
That's okay.
Gah!
Gah! Fucking gah! Anyway,
Go.
Take two.
Danny whispered softly with a breathy voice as he placed a hand on his own chest. Soul snickered softly as her head stuck out the window.
Sorry.
Soul said as she climbed through the window and sat on the opposite side of the window from Danny.
What are you doing out here?
She spoke softly so she wouldn't wake anyone. Danny calmed down and returned to his original position before he lowered his left leg to lie flat on the fire escape.
I don't know.
Danny clenched his left hand into a tight fist before he released it just as fast.
I don't really feel right talking to you about it.
He whispered slightly coldly. Soul glanced at him before looking back down at her hands.
Can I guess?
Soul asked after a few seconds of silence. Danny hung his head for a second before he lifted it again, still not looking at her.
I guess so.
He responded, his tone unwavering.
Did you have a nightmare about Damien?
Soul asked him firmly.
Damn it.
Bless his heart. Danny whispered to himself as he leaned his head back, where it thumped into the wall softly.
Okay, yes, I did, but I feel wrong talking to you about it because...
Danny trailed off as his voice got quieter.
He's my brother.
Soul finished Danny's sentence for him, and for the first time since she startled him, he looked at her. It was only for a moment that Soul caught his pale gray eyes, but it was a start.
Yeah.
Danny replied in a slightly somber tone as he looked out into the woods.
Danny, you don't have to feel wrong about it. The kinship between us is long dead. Come on, I saved your life. What more do you need?
Soul sounded slightly frustrated towards the end of her response.
Hold on, I have to resize the fucking page.
You're fine.
Blinded.
Can you read me back in?
Got you. Soul sounded slightly frustrated towards the end of her response.
It'd really help if you didn't look just like him.
Danny snapped at her in a whisper, causing her to recoil slightly. He saw this and immediately felt ashamed.
I'm sorry, I lost my temper.
He tensed and took a deep breath.
He almost killed me twice, and I guess it just got to me. I've been injured in fights, sure, I've even lost fights, but no one has ever come that close to killing me.
Danny brought his hand up to his shoulder and rubbed one of his 3 scars.
Except for him. He made me realize just how weak I am.
Danny said quietly as he brought his other hand up and flexed it into a fist a few times.
Weak.
Soul asked rhetorically as she looked over at him. Danny chuckled once.
Sorry.
Oh, is this the part where you try to convince me I'm not weak?
Danny looked over at her and actually held her gaze this time. His eyes held no color, but Soul was still lost in them for a moment. She turned her body towards him a bit.
Danny, the fact that you are alive right now means you're not weak. Call it stupid or cliche all you want, but you stared down Masamune.
Yeah, you had it right. Don't worry.
Okay.
You got it.
And lived. Not once, but twice. I know Damien better than he thinks I do. He does not leave survivors. You are not weak, Danny.
She said sternly as she glared into his empty eyes. Danny looked away from her and back towards the horizon.
I certainly don't feel very strong.
Danny clenched his fists again. He definitely noticed his lost muscle mass from being bedridden. He hadn't gotten the chance to build it back up yet.
I gotta work on that. The only reason I lived the first time is because of the sleeping gas slowing down my heart rate. The second time was because you saved me.
Danny rolled his head across the wall to look at her again.
My first sign of gratitude was kind of half-assed, but thank you for saving my life. Really.
Danny's tone softened, and he even smiled gently. I'm gonna pause for a second. There's a fucking bug on my wall, and it needs to not be there.
Kill it!
I'm gonna kill it!
Where is an only
BRB,
fire?
gamers!
Murder.
You just hear a smack and then arise. You're like, huh?
Boss, 3 health bars spotted. The fly, bringer of destruction. We'll be back after these messages.
Masamune. 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 Masamune.
Have you heard of Masamune?
Have you heard of this cool thing called Masamune?
Oh my god,
Oh my god.
No, 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 no.
I don't even know
You
him.
triggered California
That's a
Pengu.
moo-moo.
No. Please, no.
Oh, darling, but I love it so much.
Anyway.
Oh, what was that? Who did that? Who was that?
Me?
Oh, hell
Huh?
no.
All right. Anyway, let's focus up, y'all. Let's focus up.
Well,
Lock in, lock in.
Jade is fighting a fly.
Jade is actually fighting the bug.
Is actually like got the katana out and shit.
Fucking dodging a weave, just.
I think you were right. 3 health bars spawned.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
Actually,
Dude, it's like
two
the
and a
Dark
half,
Souls
just
music starts
casually.
playing.
I'm
you
back. Hello.
So how was your
Hi,
Dark Souls
did you
fight?
kill it?
My Dark Souls fight. Funny you should
Yeah.
mention that. I walked out to go get like toilet paper to like deal with it, and Colby was home, and I'm just like, oh my god, hey, it's so fancy that you're here. Slay, kill it.
Okay.
Also, sorry for the beep, real quick, but dibs on doing these.
Oh, you
And
you want to do Reese? Is that what you're saying?
Aw.
I literally
I
all
wanted
just
to
did
meet
so-
the
I
Reese
want
voice actor. No.
He is unable
here,
to make
Jade.
it,
Let me
unfortunately.
spell it out for you. I will
No.
happily voice him since Sigma's not here, and I will happily fuck him too.
Oh
Sheesh.
my god.
What the fuck? I'm right here.
You want to join?
Oh.
Come here.
Okay,
Okay.
Mr. How many husbands?
Listen to you.
Shut the fuck up.
No,
3
fuck.
husbands,
All right. Anyway,
a
back on
wife,
track.
and a kind of wife with veto. I don't know what that is.
anyway.
Don't worry about
Okay. Now that the threat has been eliminated, we can proceed.
Okay, where we at?
We are there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Soul finally got a good look at his eyes. More importantly, she saw the dark circles under his eyes and how pale his face looked.
Danny, how long have you been awake?
Soul whispered.
Doesn't matter.
Danny responded in a whisper as he closed his eyes. Soul looked at him with a slightly somber look before Reese poked his head through the window and made them both jump.
Glad to see you two are finally getting along.
Reese said with a small smile.
Come on, it's time for our little group meeting.
Scene change.
I wish I had a voice as deep as Sigma's, because I want to, like, go down to the seventh circle of
Me
hell
too, brother.
low.
Oh my god.
We will get you there one day. It's okay.
One day.
One day,
I
home
think
slice.
I think where I'm at is where I'm at. I'm gonna be real.
Well,
Yeah.
It's
anyway,
okay. Drink a lot of coffee and get some phlegm in
just
your throat.
shred your vocal
How about-
cords. You'll get there.
Yeah, I'll start smoking every day.
There you go.
That's
Better than that
that's the
chain
strat.
smoke.
Anywho,
Yeah, it's a
Reese line.
time to voice Reese. Glad to see you two finally getting along.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jake, you want me to do a Jax?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, another person I'd do.
Oh wait, real. Anyway, actually, Tonks can probably do Jack.
Yeah.
If you would like, my dear.
My dear.
Sure.
Yeah, my fam.
My darling.
Anywho, Sunny, with Reese, you may fire when ready.
Coolio. All right, here they are.
Reese said as he trotted back into the room where everyone else was sitting on their mattresses. Nix and Narissa had just stirred awake and were rubbing their eyes.
All right. We need to figure out our next move.
Jack said as he paced slowly while rubbing his chin. My
Hey,
vote
that's
is
really good.
My vote is focusing on food, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm hungry. Nick, oh, that was not a sleepy voice. Nick said as in her sleepy voice as she rubbed her eyes more.
I agree. How are we gonna sustain ourselves?
Narissa added after a loud yawn.
Steal it, obviously.
Danny piped up with his arms crossed.
Danny, what?
Narissa asked in disbelief.
Think about it, Narissa. We're all in white prison suits. What?
Try again, you got it.
It's all good, man. I've had like 7 strokes today. You're fine.
All right, add one to the counter. Think about it, Narissa. We're all in white prison jumpsuits. We can't exactly walk into a store and buy food because we also don't have any money.
Danny spoke with an even tone. Narissa looked at him with slight disbelief on her face. Oh, it's Soul.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
How
There
fast
is some
can you
listen,
switch?
You won't have to do anything. Danny, Jack, and I will get clothes for all of us so we can actually walk in daylight. In the daylight.
In the daylight! Soul chimed in next with an even tone. Oh shit. Yeah, Sonny, you got Drake.
Sure. Yeah. No, actually, Streaky should do it. He doesn't.
You're
have
so
anything.
right. Streaky, you got it.
Okay, what's Drake's voice again?
What does Colby sound like?
Basically, just like imagine. I also now realizing you have not hung out with Colby in a hot minute.
No.
Oh no.
Sonny, throw out your Drake voice real fast so he has a frame of reference.
I don't know if I have. Okay, fine. Why you guys?
Why you
That's
guys?
all. That's all I can think of for Drake.
That's pretty good. That's good enough.
Coolio.
All right. Why you guys?
Drake asked as he turned to them.
Is that a Danny line?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Gotta read it out loud for a second.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We're the ones who have been in Zachariah's prison the longest. The world has basically forgotten we existed. It would be the safest for all of us if you guys stayed hidden.
Danny looked at Drake with a soft look. After a moment of silent contemplation, Nate turned his head over to the group and spoke.
It's the safest way, guys. I mean, if you want to even stand a chance, we need food and clothes that don't scream, prisoner.
Hold on.
Pardon. Nate said it quietly as he stretched his arms, still trying to wake up. Oh my god, my elbow just cracked. Did you hear that shit?
I did.
Okay, perfect. I was back in time. All right.
Welcome back.
All right, fine. But I'm not going to be happy about it.
Sorry, I had a little bubble in my throat.
That was also really fucking good. I'm sitting here like, oh my god, these people are really good.
That's the voice.
Vito!
Bitch, how fucking dare you have the DBD skill check?
My fucking husband!
You
Hang on,
bitch.
I
He
gotta.
has
I'm
risen,
sorry.
baby
It's a
girl.
trait.
Hang
Yes,
on.
risen, baby girl.
I gotta
He is
resize
a
your
rock.
PNG because why is it so massive?
Just like me.
That's not the only
God
thing.
damn
Maybe.
it! Shut.
I'm not.
Yeah.
No. Put him by me. Put him by me.
Chat. Vito has arrived.
No, he's with me.
Yeah, Fen is licking him
Yay.
in the chat.
Yes.
Also, Vito,
Alright.
I'm so sorry to say this. Sonny has stolen Reese from you.
Fuck. That's okay. He's gonna
I
do
mean, if you probably actually have a better Reese voice than me, so for the immersion,
great.
I think
Nah,
it's
you
Reese.
gotta do it.
Okay.
I gotta hear it.
It's literally just me dropping my voice as
You
much
mean
as
my
possible
emo?
without sounding like a dumbass.
Whoa.
I just realized I'm reading this entire document in my brother's email. What the fuck?
Why?
Hello?
Why did it get shared there? Why?
I don't know, man.
I was just
with-
brought Sonic
with,
Fry. I'm not
What page are
complaining
we
though.
on?
I got this.
Nice.
Anyway, moving on.
6.
Right.
Page 6, right on.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, thank God.
Danny, would you mind doing that line
Alright.
again, preach?
Yeah, I didn't even get to do.
Oh, you're correct. My
Mhm.
lord.
Yeah. And that's why you're not going.
Danny added with a flat tone as he pushed up his glasses. Oh wait, I know. Fucking. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Don't
Yeah.
mind me.
You
Sorry.
okay?
No, I'm fine. It's fine. Anyway, Tonks, my
How
love,
many strokes are we gonna have today?
my fault.
All right, Danny, Soul, let's go before the stores open.
Jack said as he swiped his hand towards the staircase to the first floor.
Well, while that's happening,
Reese said as he sat on the ground in front of Nyx and Nate.
I want to hear the complete, unabridged story of how you guys ended up in that horrible place.
Reese finished as he planted his chin in his hands. Nerissa scooted closer to them and did the same, while Drake rolled his eyes slightly from where he was sitting. Nyx chuckled slightly while Nate pinched the bridge of his nose.
Are we parents now?
Nate whispered as he turned his head to Nyx.
That was such a real way of
That
saying
was
shit.
so real! Holy
So
shit.
real.
That was great. Good
Who
job.
discreetly
Just a
snickered.
flashback to Lethal Company when Spook was basically leading me by the hand.
Nate whispered as he turned his head to Nyx, who discreetly snickered as she tried to cover her mouth to hide it. Nyx led the explanation of everything that she and Nate had been through, everything from the moment of fate outside their school to the horrible turn of events at Zachariah's mansion. All the while, a few of their friends were out making their own decisions of questionable morals. Scene change!
My God, these fries are so good.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Fuck yeah,
Go up,
dude.
go up, please.
Hang on, I need more Wawa.
Nom, nom, nom.
I need
I
more
was,
margarita.
I was brought a Sonic cherry limeade.
Mm.
Very
I ate the
nice.
Bastard.
I know. I was just
taco.
handed it to me. I'm so happy.
Alright. Danny peeked his head around the corner of an alleyway next to a small store. He looked both ways down the street before quickly hiding around the corner again as a car passed them. Danny leaned back around the wall slightly before he lifted his hand and flicked his first two fingers forward to signal it was clear. He moved quickly out of the alleyway while Sol and Jack followed closely.
So,
Danny whispered as he and Jack leaned against the wall by the lowered security gate.
On it.
Sol whispered as she leaned down and placed her hands on the sidewalk in front of the gate. Black shadows creeped from her hands and slithered under the gate. After a few seconds, a click could be heard as the gate unlocked. Jack and Danny immediately bent down and lifted the gate as the shadow tendril coiled around the lock of the glass door and turned it. Jack quickly pulled the door open.
30 seconds, Danny.
He whispered as he nodded towards Danny. He wordlessly nodded back before slipping inside. His eyes glanced up, and he smiled slyly when he saw black shadows covering the lenses of the security cameras. Danny then rushed over to the small console that controlled the security alarm and placed his fingertips on it. Danny closed his eyes for a moment before he opened them again, and his normally pale gray eyes were shimmering. It made them look almost silver as they flickered for a second. Danny blinked a few times before his eyes dimmed, and he quickly moved his fingers to the keypad. He typed in a short code, and the screen changed from armed to disarmed.
Nice. Let's get these clothes and some money, then get out of here. My guess is that we have 20 minutes.
Jack whispered as he looked between the two. The group split up. Jack went to get money out of the register, while Danny and Soul went to find clothes for everyone. Soul went to the ladies' section of the small department store. It didn't really have much to offer, but that was fine because she had little time to shop around. She grabbed a few pairs of jeans and shorts, along with a few different shirts and hoodies that she thought Nix and Neri would like. Danny was in the male section. Thankfully, he was good at reading people and had his friends figured out. He grabbed a black t-shirt and deep... Let me try that again. He grabbed a black t-shirt and deep green cargo pants for Nate, my lord. A white dress shirt and faded black jeans for Reese. A beige long-sleeve v-neck with loose-fitting denim jeans for Jack. A gray tank top with normal blue denim jeans for Drake. Along with a black hoodie, in case he was feeling self-conscious. Finally, he grabbed a gray v-neck and black jeans for himself. The group all met up in the store's front again. Danny armed the security system before slipping outside with his arms full of clothes. Soul used her shadows to lock the door again and shut the gate before her shadows slipped back out, like they were never even there. Scene change.
Ooh. Damn, you really came face to face with Zachariah, huh? Oh, that was supposed to be quiet. My bad.
You're fine. Reese asked. Reese asked, not so quietly.
Yep, I had a great view of it while he was beating the shit out of me.
God, I love Nate. Nate lifted his head with a sarcastic smile. It was then that Danny, Soul, and Jack came back into the room.
Got clothes and money.
Jack said as he held up his hand, which was clutching at least $200 in various bills. Ooh, gimme! Nix said gleefully as she stood up and looked through the clothes that Soul was holding. She picked out a gray t-shirt and faded skinny jeans before scooting out of the room to go change. Danny tossed the clothes he had picked out to each of his friends before he left the room with his own clothes clutched against his chest. After the group had changed into their clothes, they started filling the room one by one.
Excellent choice, Danny. I look hot.
Reese said as he entered the room.
Hell yeah, brother.
Rolling one of his sleeves up to his elbow.
It's been way too long since I wore actual clothes.
Yeah, you're right. It kind of feels weird.
Danny responded.
It feels kind of weird.
Yeah, you're fine. Danny responded while he pinched his shirt on the stomach and pulled it away from his body a few times to help it fit better.
Aww.
Not the
aww.
You'll
be okay.
Oh. Danny, your body's amazing.
We are body positive up in here. All bodies are welcome.
Exactly.
Anyway, Reese.
Even the corporeal, non-corporeal ones.
Talk about a ghost?
Maybe that ghosty. Anyway. Okay. Sorry. You'll be okay.
Reese said as he shoved Danny's shoulder while they both smiled subtly.
You don't need to worry about me, Reese.
Danny said as he flexed his arms in front of him while stretching his fingers.
I feel good.
I'm about to make you better.
Oh, baby! It's time.
Shut up! Shut up!
Oh, just you wait, Seka. I'm
Shut
so
up.
sorry.
Okay,
I don't want to know. No.
does somebody
want me to
else
narrate?
mind taking over narration so I can have a break?
I can cover.
Be like,
Okay.
Thank you,
Well,
comrade.
I mean, if you. Okay.
I don't think you're gonna get a break in this.
Who? Okay, it could be. I mean, any one of us. Here
Yeah,
could do
it could be either Streaky or Vito, or Tonks.
I don't feel like I
Or
do
me,
it
or Tonks.
Hmm.
Okay, let me see. Who's like predominantly in this chapter?
It is mostly, well, all of them are in this particular
Yeah.
chapter, but mostly I would probably have to say like Nate, Nyx, and Danny.
Yeah.
I don't mind narrating and switching back to Nate, honestly.
No, I got this. I was doing Reese Vito. Take Reese.
Sure.
All right, top piece.
Don't worry,
So-
don't worry about it. Friendly reminder,
your
this
new roles.
friendly reminder. This is Seka's very first run of this story, so no spoilers. No,
Yes. No,
So
no,
I'll
no,
just-
no, no spoils.
So I'll just keep doing
So,
Drake when he
spoiler:
shows
the
up.
Greek gods
Mhm.
exist in this universe.
I'm so sorry.
Shut
Anyway.
up!
All right,
I'm
all right,
kidding.
all
It's
right,
not a
all right.
thing.
Let's calm.
Come.
The
Sonny?
next day, Nate and Danny were off in a different room than their friends. Danny had asked Nate to help him with a bit of combat training, and he was happy to oblige. Jack and Soul had gone out earlier in the day to buy food for the rest of them, and they finally felt like they had their full strength back. It was around 4 p.m., and Nate and Danny were doing some mild sparring to help Danny with hand-to-hand combat.
You're doing well, man. Except you keep pulling your punches. I can tell.
Nate said after he diverted one of Danny's strikes.
Of course I'm pulling my punches. You're my friend. I don't want to hurt you.
Danny responded as he dropped his hands. Nate chuckled in response.
You won't hurt me.
He said with a tone that matched the patronizing look in his eyes. Damn. Danny raised an eyebrow in surprise at Nate's demeanor.
Right, man. If you insist.
Danny raised his arms again in a fighting stance. They both bounced on their toes for a moment before Danny jerked his right fist forward, aiming for Nate's face. Nate moved his head to the side as he brought up his arm to divert Danny's fist again. Nate grunted softly when he felt a hard jab under his ribs before he quickly recovered.
Oh, okay. I see you. Using that first punch as a distraction. Okay, not bad. I tried to send it back, but I know you just dodge it.
Nate coached his friend with a soft smirk on his face. He noticed that something had changed in Danny. It was subtle, but he still saw it. It was something about his drive. When Nate first met Danny, he was a quiet boy who even acted somewhat meek. Ever since the Masamune incident, though, he had become more hardened, more confident.
Dodging has always been my strength, but a man should always have more than one strength. Let's go again.
Danny said before he threw more jabs towards Nate. He dodged a few before he took a chance and threw one back at him. Danny pivoted his body, narrowly avoiding the strike before the momentum carried his fist into Nate's jaw. Danny's eyes widened and he halted.
Shit. I'm sorry. That was just a reflex.
Danny said in a soft tone to convey that he didn't mean it.
Ah, dude.
Nate said quietly as he rubbed his jaw.
Nice hit.
The besties
Yay!
ever. The besties ever, Your Honor.
Nice on.
Walker, I'm proud of you.
Where's my
Nate's
tooth?
tone Nate's tone shifted to slightly happy as a smile spread across his face.
I agree.
Nix's voice caused both of the boys to jump and whip their heads towards her as she was leaning against the wall next to the door.
How long have you been there?
Danny asked her. I'm sorry, that tone was good.
How long have you been there? That was so good. That was beautiful delivery. That was beautiful.
Okay. Danny asked her as he wiped his forehead, breathing a bit heavily from the surprise.
I don't know. 5 minutes?
Nix responded as she shrugged her shoulders passively. Nate chuckled as he and Danny exchanged a look.
Okay. So why are you watching us?
Right. Like I'm supposed to ignore two sweaty guys fighting.
Yes, bitch, son!
Oh my gosh. Period.
Period. Nyx was surprisingly direct. Danny cleared his throat as he rubbed the back of his neck, while Nate rubbed his jaw in subtle embarrassment. Nyx chuckled quietly, clearly pleased with herself, before she pushed herself off the wall.
Reese wants to see us all.
Nyx added as she jerked her thumb towards the door. Nate threw his head back with an annoyed groan as Danny wiped his forehead again. They all walked into the next room, where everyone was already waiting patiently.
Oh, finally! Okay, so I have an idea for us to finally have some fun.
Reese said excitedly.
Should I be afraid?
Nyx whispered as she leaned towards Nate.
Yes.
Nate whispered back.
Hurtful? Anyway,
Reese said as he looked at the two.
my plan is this. There's a festival. Sorry, accent.
All right. Happens.
Ain't a fucking mess.
Don't worry about it.
There is a festival happening tonight in the city, and we are going.
What the fuck?
Hey man, Reese is very over the top, and it's just so good. Anyway, proceed.
Reese lifted his arms in a triumphant manner.
I'm sorry, but do you really think it's smart for 8 fugitives to go to a public festival?
Soul asked openly as she lifted a finger.
Oh, come on. There'll be hundreds of people there, and they'll all be drinking and enjoying the festival. No one will ever notice us.
Reese looked at her with frustration.
Come on, guys. Don't be a bunch of killjoys. Let's have some fun for the first time since getting out of that hellhole, dude.
I love Reese so much.
The group looked at each other before Narissa spoke.
What the fuck was that?
What the fuck is that?
What?
I think he's laughing at the Reese voice.
Laughing,
Got
he's
him real
struggling to
good.
breathe.
Oh my god.
The man's going.
It's so good. Holy shit. No, go just like start breathing in.
Anyway.
Okay.
Sorry, apologies.
You're good. You're good. Okay. The group looked at each other before Narissa spoke.
I mean, I wouldn't mind having some fun.
She said as she idly scratched behind her ear.
Well, what if someone figures out who we are?
Nyx asked, clearly anxious about something bad happening.
To be honest, the odds of that something. What the
Huh? That's stroke number 10?
You got it. You can do it. I believe in you.
Broken apart 8 words.
I did.
His whole line.
I
was
back to the last sentence, dog.
You know, I find it funny that you struggled over, like, right after the word odds, and I could only think about fucking veto.
The Battle of Odds!
Odds!
Anyway, distracted. Okay, go.
Alright. To be honest, the odds of that happening are pretty small.
Danny spoke up with his arms crossed. He often crossed his arms when he was thinking.
I think we should go. The worst that'll happen is we run and lie low again.
You stop! I heard that last.
I'm trying my hardest.
You're good. I mean,
Okay.
alright, Drake line. Let's go, Streaky.
Oh, man.
Composing myself. Give me. Okay. If the smart guy thinks we should. Fuck.
Okay.
I brought voice. I couldn't do it.
Can we just okay? Breathe.
If the smart guy thinks we should,
Oh, shit.
let's do it. You right? Are you good now?
Okay. If the smart guy thinks we should, then let's do it.
Drake said firmly with a small smile.
Yes, sir!
Reese said, yelled happily.
Let's go make some bad decisions!
You'll see why he's my favorite, right?
Yeah, y'all see why Reese is like universally beloved. Like,
Yeah, it's impossible. That's why I wanted to hear it straight from the voice actor.
it's so devastating that he couldn't be here.
I know.
He's the frat boy that you can't be mad at.
But you know what? You know what?
He's the Chad, not the Brad. Brad sucks.
Yeah.
Chads are great.
I don't know. He's kind of eating up the voice. You're doing great.
Yeah, Vito
I think
slays.
we
Vito
love
slays,
Vito.
eats, leaves no
Vito's
crumbs.
doing fantastic.
You say that
What?
as I'm eating, and
Nick?
honestly, that's so real.
Vito licks the plate. Like it's like it's clean afterwards. You don't have to put it in the dishwasher.
Dog,
Yeah.
if the sauce is good,
Dude, it's glistening.
Oh my
Plate is
god.
gone. The table is in pieces because
you
he's
can
ate
see
it.
Oh,
reflection
oh.
in the end of my
Oh,
highlight.
chat.
I tell you
Oh,
what.
chat.
Cleaner than my conscience.
Chat.
Oh, chat.
Eye contact. Just wait.
Prolonged eye contact.
Just wait until you hear Vito do angry Reese.
Ooh.
Oh, baby! Anyway,
should
scene
we do
change.
timbers?
Sonny, you may proceed.
Oh, thank you.
All right. There you go.
Thank you again. All right. The group entered the crowded streets. There were paper lanterns that hung from wires that were crisscrossing over the street. Nix inhaled deeply through her nose and a smile spread across her face. She could smell funnel cakes and deep-fried Oreos.
Oh, dude, I want deep fried Oreos.
Nix turned to Nate with a pleading look in her eyes. Nate looked at her for a moment with a faint smirk, the lantern lights causing her blue eyes to sparkle. Nate's eyes flicked to Danny and Reese, who were— oh my god!
Dog?
I'm so sorry. Dog just jumped on me.
Not the nards.
I'm gonna need someone else to take over as narrator for a bit.
I think Nate wants to do it.
Okay.
Oh, what give it the idea? All right. Nate looked at her for a moment with a faint smirk, the lantern lights causing her blue eyes to sparkle. Nate's eyes flicked to Danny and Reese, who were standing behind Nix. Danny was glaring seriously at him while Reese was nodding swiftly with raised eyebrows.
Bow chicka wow wow.
Yes, sir.
Mm.
Sure, let's get some Oreos, Nate said to her as he guided her down the street with his hand on the small of her back. Nix bounced slightly in excitement while Danny and Reese bumped fists discreetly. Reese looked at Danny when he approached him suddenly.
You mean Drake?
Reese.
Or Drake,
You're
excuse me.
Sorry.
Lost character. Anyways. Reese, they're selling bottles here.
Drake told him with a bit of excitement in his voice. Reese's face lit up.
Oh hell yes! We're gonna go make our own bad choices. Hey!
Hey, Reese said as he looked at the rest of his friends before he and Drake walked off into the crowd.
Well, shit. What do we do now?
Narissa asked in a confused tone as she looked across the vast crowd. Danny shoved his hands into his pockets and shrugged.
I'm kind of hungry. You guys want some funnel cakes?
Danny said as he looked between Soul, Jack, and Narissa. Nate and Nix were standing in line to get their Oreos. Nix was so excited she was passively doing calf raises.
Me too, sister.
Mm.
Real.
It's almost like Nix. It's almost like Nix is a self-insert character. That's crazy.
I know, right?
Crazy.
Crazy, right?
Crazy.
Anyway.
So, you're excited, huh? Nate chuckled out with a small smile.
Sorry, water. Of course I'm excited. I haven't had deep fried Oreos in forever. I didn't think I'd ever have the chance again.
Nick said excitedly as she bounced on her toes. It's so great to see you happy again, Nate thought to himself as he smiled at her. Well, it's so great to hang out with you again. He smiled at her before it was their turn to order. Once they had gotten their food, they walked towards the seating area and spotted their friends, minus Reese and Drake.
Oh, hey. What's up, losers?
Nix greeted her friends as they sat down. She took a healthy bite of an Oreo and closed her eyes to savor the flavor.
Evening.
Danny said as he cheered a cup of lemonade at the two.
Evening.
So this is pretty great, huh?
Narissa asked as she looked around with a big grin.
Well, it's definitely different from what I'm used to.
Jack responded to her, looking around idly. He looked a little uncomfortable being surrounded by this many people. Danny leaned over to Soul.
Jack was at the compound longer than all of us.
He whispered to her. Soul snickered.
I know that.
She said through her small laugh.
We were arrested together.
Oh, really?
Danny asked as he looked over at Jack.
Yeah, we were kind of on the run together.
Jack responded as he leaned into Soul's shoulder. She responded by shoving him off with fake frustration, and he chuckled.
I think this is a Reese one.
Yeah, that sounds like.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds like Reese. Oh no, did Vito die?
Possibly.
I forgot I was fucking muted. I'm so sorry.
You idiot! You stupid idiot!
You fool! Banish him to the Forgotten Realms.
No!
I shid. Yo, dudes!
The group looked up to see Reese and Drake as they were both holding up bags filled with bottles.
Who wants to make some bad decisions with us?
I almost spat on my water. that out.
See and change.
Welcome to Destroy, Build, Destroy.
Dude, you just unlocked a core memory for me. Fuck.
All right. Am I go to continue narrating? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
guessing
yeah.
I am. I just saw it muted. Okay. Back in their hideout, Reese sat on the mattress and pulled bottles out of his paper bag while Drake did the same. The rest of them watched as they revealed at least a dozen bottles of various kinds of alcohol. Jeez, dude, how much money did you spend?
Don't worry about
They'd
it.
asked,
Not that, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
Reese
it.
responded flatly before he popped open a bottle of whiskey and took a swig. Nate chuckled as he shook his head. He took a bottle of Jameson and opened it. Everyone picked their own bottles after a few minutes. Even Danny picked up a bottle of wine, which surprised a few.
Surprised you're drinking, dude. I didn't think you were one to partake.
Reese said as he pointed at Danny with the tip of his bottle.
I usually don't, but I wanted to celebrate finally getting out of that prison. And I landed a hit on Nate earlier, and I'm still feeling pretty good about that.
Danny smirked slightly before taking a small swig of his wine. Yeah, you did. I mean, my jaw still hurts. Nate said as he rubbed his jaw again, causing a few sneakers to leave the crowd. After a bit more drinking had occurred, the group left their walls down around each other. The conversation had shifted to stories about everyone's lives before their gifts. Before Narissa asked,
Hey, Danny. How did you find out, anyways? Your ability seems so internal.
She asked mightily. She was really the only one who was taking it easy on the drinking, other than Jack. Reese scoffed.
Still pisses me off, dude.
Okay, calm down, male wife.
Whatever you say.
Period.
Just let... Oh, how ironic. Danny said in a flat tone, causing the girls to restrain their laughter.
I was in my senior year of high school when I was in this tech club with a few of my friends. I was the president because of my natural gift for code and calculations. I'd already known about my gift for about 6 months. Then this guy...
Reese,
Vito? He muted. What the fuck? There's no way, dog.
you want
My
me to
bad.
read you back?
I was like scarfing down food as quick as I could, and the second I was about to speak, it would have been all bad. Okay, read me back in. I got you.
All right. I'd already known about my gift for about 6 months. Then this guy...
Derek.
Reese spat out his name like it was a weapon. Danny shot him a look of subtle irritation.
Yeah, Derek. He was this huge asshole at my school. He hated me because, admittedly, I was very popular with a lot of the girls at school, just because I'm intelligent and I was kind to them. Apparently, that was enough for Derek to spread a rumor that I was an odd one. Little did he know he was correct, and I was taken from my home the next day.
Danny finished his story and took another big swig of his wine.
Jeez, what'd your folks do?
Sol asked as she leaned back on her hands.
Well,
Danny paused and looked down.
they kicked and screamed and begged them not to take me. Of course, that didn't really do anything.
Danny shrugged slightly before he continued.
I haven't seen them since that night 2 years ago. I don't even know if I'd want to see them again. Part of me is scared that I'd be putting them in danger.
At least you got to see your parents before you got snatched.
Reese grumbled quietly, slightly slurred.
I didn't think it was a competition, Reese.
Danny responded in a defensive tone.
Wait, what do you mean? How did you get caught?
Nix asked Reese before she took a sip of her own wine. She was feeling the gentle swim in her brain.
I saved a woman from a mugging with my ability, and she wasn't exactly grateful. She turned me in.
Reese said quietly as he averted his gaze.
Wow, what a bitch.
Swear.
For real. Nick said quietly as she leaned towards Nate, causing the group to laugh. The night went on for a few hours, and after that, the first bit of real fun that any of them had for a long time. But every night has to end sometime.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Oh, is it?
I'm scared. Oh my god, you guys are scaring me.
I gotta get in character real quick. Hang on.
Oh yeah, Vito's gotta
Let
get
me-
in character.
Let me narrate this.
All right, you want to
Yes.
narrate? Yep. Heard.
I know. You get pissed at this.
Um,
You need the energy.
Seka, enjoy.
Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to know. Stop.
Well, you're about to.
Oh, you're about to. You're literally about to.
Moving on.
Witness
Moving on.
what
You
I
may
felt
proceed.
a month ago. Okay. Nix woke up next morning with a soft groan. She smiled softly when she felt posh and warm blankets enveloping her before her head started thumping. She definitely drank too much the previous night. She couldn't remember anything but flashes after her friend's conversation in their hideout. She recalled walking through the city streets again, the bright lights and sounds of merriment. Other than that, it was nothing but a blur. Nix tried to open her eyes before the bright light of the room punished her with another throb of pain in her head. For what she quickly gathered in the split second she saw of the room, it was a hotel room.
Why haven't we thought of a hotel room?
Nix thought to herself as she rubbed her temples to ease the pain. She sat up in the bed and felt a blanket slide down her body. Nix looked down and tensed when she realized she was naked. Nix quickly pulled the blanket up to cover herself when she heard a gentle groan next to her. Her head whipped to her right, and what she saw sent her mind and heart racing. White hair, ruffled in messy bedhead. Eat it up, digest it, process.
Digest.
And then make room for some more.
Process.
Yes.
No.
We ain't done with this chuckle fuck. We're still going.
Yeah, there's more.
There's
Keep
more.
going. Keep
Okay.
going.
He was lying on his stomach and facing away from her, still sleeping soundly. The blanket and sheets weren't covering him completely, stopping at his lower back. Nix couldn't tell if he was wearing any pants or not, but she was a betting woman. But if she was a betting woman, Nix's head whipped around the room and she saw a pair of wire-rimmed glasses sitting on the nightstand next to him. Nix clenched the sheets closer to herself and her head swarmed.
No way. No way. No way. No way. No way.
Nix screamed internally as she stared at the back of his head. She ran her hand through her hair as she looked around the room more closely to piece together what happened. She saw 2 empty wine bottles on the dresser. She saw their clothes dropped frantically on the ground, making a trail from the floor in front of the TV to the bed they currently laying in. Another low groan shook Nix from her thoughts, and she looked back over at Danny, who was rolling over onto his back. Nix watched in panic as his eyes fluttered open slightly before he locked eyes with her. His eyes snapped open, and he jolted up in the bed as he made the conclusion at light speed.
Oh, fuck.
Danny uttered in a soft tone of horrid realization as his cheeks flushed bright and pink.
Yeah.
Nix whispered as she averted her eyes. She scratched her head uncomfortably as she curled into herself a bit.
No. Oh, no.
Danny said louder. Then she quickly pulled himself out of bed, clutching the top sheet around his hips.
Okay. So just because we're both here, naked, doesn't necessarily mean we've had sex.
Danny said as he looked at Nyx, and he then quickly averted to his gaze. He sounded scared. Nyx hummed quietly as she reached down off the edge of the bed.
About that.
She added, as she lifted an open condom wrapper between her fingers. Digest it. Digest it. Consume it. Let it
Digest, process.
Okay, I'm good.
Suffer.
I'm nonchalant. I'm nonchalant. I'm nonchalant. I'm nonchalant, bro.
Digest, consume, suffer.
No. I'm nonchalant. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, proceed.
A lot of voicemail calls from this one.
Hmm.
Danny's eyes widened.
Oh, fuck.
He said through a groan as he ran his free hand through his hair and clutched it tightly.
Will you stop saying that?
Nyx yelled as she flicked her wrist and flung the wrapper across the room.
Well, what am I supposed to say?
Danny raised his voice a bit as well.
I have superior prediction abilities to where I can see into the future, and yet I have no idea what to do when I wake up after a blackout drunk, naked in bed with my friends.
Danny cut himself off and locked eyes with Nyx as she looked confused.
My friend's best friend.
Smooth, Danny.
Yep.
So, you don't remember anything either, huh?
Nyx asked as she looked down at her hands as she fidgeted with her fingers. Danny took a few breaths and calmed down.
No, I don't.
Great.
Nyx said sarcastically as she began to really feel the uncomfortable energy in the air.
So, what are we gonna tell the others?
Nothing.
Danny blurted out as he held up his hands towards her.
We can't tell them anything, especially Nate.
Danny was sounding panicked.
Why specifically Nate?
Nyx asked slowly. Danny looked at her with an expression of pure dread as his mind raced for an excuse. He knew Nyx should know about Nate's feelings for her, but now was not the time.
Well, because you're his best friend. You guys have been through so much together and have gotten rather close. Then I come into the picture and sleep with you. The hell is wrong with me?
Danny brought up his hands and clutched his hair again.
Danny.
Nyx said quietly to get his attention. When he looked at her, her face was bleeding guilt.
Is it really that obvious that I love him?
Nyx looked up at Danny with a melancholy in her eyes. Danny inhaled softly. His own brand of guilt plastered on his face.
Yeah. To everyone but him, I guess.
Danny said before he nibbled on his lip in embarrassment. It was silent for a moment before Danny cleared his throat to fill the dead air.
I'm gonna take a shower. After that, I think we should sit down and have a serious conversation about what we're gonna do.
Danny said sternly as he picked up his clothes off the floor and went into the bathroom. When Nyx heard the bathroom door close, she immediately buried her face in her hands with a deep exhale.
Oh, what have I done?
You done something.
Streaky!
That's crazy.
All right. That being said, we're gonna take a little break because I got a piss.
Right,
So we're gonna take a little break
Go
here.
piss, girl.
We're gonna have Saga here try to process.
Yeah, screw y'all. Screw y'all. Screw you, Data.
Yeah, I
Data.
didn't do anything. You're mad at Danny.
Yeah, no, screw y'all. Y'all were all behind this. I hate y'all. You all.
I will be
Hey.
back.
Now you understand my pain.
Blame the liquid courage, my guy. Okay? Not me.
Sure, I'm still blaming you.
Wait, what?
Is bro in the toilet? What happened?
Huh?
I don't know. This
What do you
is.
mean on the toilet?
I'll be back.
I don't
You go
know.
process the
I don't know.
feelings or whatnot.
You know.
So now I just have to know. Do they get walked in on? They have to. No, I won't. I
Spoilers.
won't. Don't tell me. Don't.
I'm
tell me.
not saying shit. You're gonna read it soon.
Yeah, no.
I know.
We're reading for like we're reading 5 more chapters, so like.
Stop! I'm scared. I'm scared.
You should be.
Oh my god.
Well, Danny should be scared.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, Danny, you're gonna get beat. You're gonna get
Who knows?
whipped.
Huh. Well, I'm not gonna say anything.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh.
Danny coming soon.
No, that was last night.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna cry.
It's
And
not
this is
gonna
just
help.
book 2.
I know. Shut up. Shut up.
You got 6 more.
Shut up.
Round 2, fight.
I
What do you mean by
literally don't
round
even.
2?
Between Danny and someone
What do you
else.
mean by round 2? Hold on.
Nah.
That was in reference to the F Danny coming soon.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
have returned.
Oh, okay.
I
It's like-
have returned. What's up?
Sekka is speechless.
Yeah.
You alright, buddy?
Speechless and scared.
Seka?
Don't speak
Name of
to
my
me.
autobiography.
Hey. Hey. What if I told you it has time to get so much worse?
It has so much time to get so much worse.
Shut up.
It does. It does.
Remember when
really.
I told you that the first book was the least, like, bad?
No, yeah. I mean, yeah.
It
Yeah.
only gets worse.
And it will continue to do so.
Third
Anyway.
wasn't too bad.
Third was
But-
not too bad. You're correct. Third was not too bad.
Except for that one part.
It's fine. Anyway, chapter
Yeah.
3, am I right? It's all down here from here. I love how
Yeah.
Vito's still muted, so he doesn't leave character. I love that for him.
I have-
Love you, Vito.
Anyway,
Yeah, love you
chapter
too.
3. Would anybody like to pick up narration to give Streaky a little break?
I could keep going. I barely read
Oh, I mean,
much of the beginning.
okay, if you want, by
Yeah.
all means.
I'm good. Listen, I put on my sweatpants and put on my comfy shoes. I am ready to absorb anyone's trauma here, so I'm good.
Love that for you.
Everyone.
Yeah, yeah I
Streaky
already
the
dealt with this shit.
sponge.
Damn right.
Okay,
Okay,
unfortunately, I gotta run.
Okay.
No.
Have fun.
Bye,
Have
dogs.
fun
Thanks
running.
for coming.
Love you.
Love you.
You have fun.
Mwah.
Processing.
Shut up.
Consume.
Shut up.
Consume.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Then we never
Alright.
saw her again. Anyway, chapter 3,
Oh,
am
now
I
we have
right?
to figure out new three voice actors, I guess.
I could be one of the guys.
Good God. Anyway, proceed.
Chapter 3 Regrets. Danny left the bathroom after he had showered and put his clothes on. He saw Nyx already dressed and sitting with her legs crossed on the bed. She was looking down into her lap. Danny sighed before walking over and sitting next to her on the mattress.
Okay.
Danny said through another sigh as he rested his elbows on his knees.
When I was in the shower, the night started to come back to me.
Danny tilted his head towards her slightly, but Nyx noticed he was struggling to look in the eyes.
I remember us all drinking in the warehouse before Reese suggested that we all go back out to the festival. Drake and Nate had passed out, and I think that Jack and Sol were watching over them.
Danny strained his spine and took a deep breath to help carry him through this awkward situation.
So, me, you, Reese, and Narissa went back out to the festival. We were hanging out for a while before Reese suggested we should use some of our money for a few hotel rooms.
Danny then jolted before he buried his face in his hands with a low groan.
What's wrong?
Nix asked him. Clearly, he had just recalled something.
I made Reese room with Narissa because I didn't trust him to be alone with you.
Danny
Well, well, well.
Wow,
wow.
Turntable.
My, how the turntables.
I love this.
I'm just a man.
Who's trying to?
Tavito! Rip me, I guess. Anyway, proceed, please.
Okay.
Oh no.
Danny groaned without lifting his head from his hand.
Oh.
Nix whispered in realization.
So, he's gonna be mad at you, huh?
Danny lifted his head from his hands and looked at her.
Are you kidding me? I don't care if Reese is pissed at me. Nate's gonna kill me.
Danny brought his hands in front of him and covered his mouth slightly. He stared off into space and stayed silent for a while.
What happened next?
Nix asked him to break the deafening silence. She could remember the festival, but not much else. Danny looked over her again before looking at the ground.
Well, I made Ria's room with Narissa because I didn't really trust him alone with you. He's told me he has a bit of a history of doing really stupid shit when he's been drinking. Turns out I also do stupid shit when I drink.
Danny paused and interlocked his fingers.
I remember us getting into the hotel room around midnight, and I found 2 more bottles of wine in that mini fridge. We took advantage of the free cable this place offers. Then I remember you were getting really sad, so I asked you what was wrong. You started telling me all about your past and how you and Nate ended up in that prison.
Danny then paused again and turned his body towards Nix.
If I remember correctly, you started having a really tough time. I think you started crying. Then I remember hugging you to calm you down.
Danny trailed off for a moment before he looked at Nix again.
I remember you kissed me.
He added as his cheeks tinted red again.
Wait, what?
Nix asked as she held up her hand in front of her.
Yeah, you were super drunk and vulnerable, and you just kind of kissed me. I was super drunk too, and I just kind of didn't stop you.
Danny sighed and buried his face in his hands again.
Oh, fuck. I'm the world's worst human being. The first time in years that I've had an actual conversation with a girl and I immediately sleep with her. Not to mention you're the one girl who was off limits.
Off limits? I'm not someone's possession, Danny. And not for nothing, this isn't just your fault. I'm the one who kissed you, so it's my fault for even bringing the thought into the situation. So, if Nate finds out about this, then it'll be my job to handle it. Besides, how mad can he possibly get? It's not like he and I are dating.
Nix sounded like she was trying to ease her own mind more than Danny's.
That doesn't make this a thing.
Danny said as he stood up and pointed between himself and Nix.
This was a one-time accident, okay? Nothing more. Please.
Danny and Nix locked eyes at this point. Danny was giving her a hard glare to convey how serious he was. Nix swallowed and nodded meekly before Danny sat down and stared off into space. It was silent between them for a moment.
So...
Nix spoke up, hoping to break the tension in the room.
You remember the rest of the night?
Nyx asked as she glanced over at Danny. His legs started bouncing slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Daniel.
Poor boy.
Not much rest, but mm-hmm.
Sorry. But then marinate in this sorrow a bit. Danny hummed affirmatively as he gripped his own chin, his hands covering his mouth. Nyx peeked over at him and saw his cheeks were flushed bright red. She could tell he was profoundly embarrassed.
Well, was it good?
Nyx asked quietly, hoping to lighten the mood. Danny turned his head slightly towards her and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. He then rubbed his hands across his face a few times.
Well...
Danny trailed off a bit before he chuckled softly.
Yeah. If I'm honest, it was incredible.
Yeah.
Take that,
Yeah. Fenrir!
Press button.
Also streaky. Fuck you. Fuck you, dog. Anyway, proceed.
Listen, you know my goal in this is to add a little salt into this wonderful seasoning of despair and trauma.
Proceed.
NANI?!
Nyx could see a hint of a smile on his face before his mind remembered the situation.
But that doesn't mean I want to do it again. No, this was a one-time mistake.
Danny quickly stood up and shook his head.
Okay, we need to go back and meet up with the others and pretend none of this ever happened.
Can I shower first?
Nyx asked as she stood up as well.
You can head back if you want. I can settle up in the room and meet you there when I'm done.
Danny cleared his throat.
Yeah. Another one of my obligations as Nate's friend is to not leave you alone in an unattended hotel room. I'll just wait here.
Danny said as he sat back down on the bed and rested his elbows on his knees. Nyx nodded as she walked into the bathroom, and Danny hung his head down. His mind was racing.
What have I done?
Danny thought before he heard the shower start up, and he leaned backwards, flopping onto the bed as he closed his eyes. He breathed deeply before resting his arms against his forehead. He fucked up. He fucked up badly. He jolted slightly when he heard a knock on the door. Danny lifted his head and looked at the door before he got up. He looked in the tall mirror by the door and smoothed down his hair before answering the door and immediately tensed.
Yo? Oh, good, you're awake.
Reese said with a smile on his face before he walked into the room. Danny's heart was already racing in fear that Reese would immediately know what happened.
Where's Nyx?
She's taking a shower?
Danny responded as he desperately tried to hide his shaking voice.
Word? Yo, is your head still pounding? Mine sure as hell is.
Reese said as he slumped his desk into the desk chair next to the dresser. Danny sat down on the bed before answering.
Yeah, I don't really remember much from last night.
Danny put on his best acting voice so Reese wouldn't suspect anything.
Hey, dude, where'd you get those bottles?
Reese asked as he pointed at the bottles on the nightstand. Danny mentally cursed himself for forgetting to clean them up.
They were actually complimentary. They were in the fridge right there.
Danny pointed to the mini fridge under the desk.
And I didn't think to check the mini fridge.
Reese said to him as he thumped his palm against his forehead a few times. Reese looked down for a moment before he brought his hands down.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah?
Danny responded quietly.
What the hell is this?
Reese said as he bent down before holding up the empty condom wrapper in Danny's face. Danny tensed as guilt spread across his face. He locked eyes with Reese, who was holding back from exploding.
Oh fuck.
Danny said quietly as he buried his face in his hand.
Aw, fuck. That's all you have to say? I find this in the room that you're sharing with the girl that our best friend is in love with, and the best you have to say for yourself is, ah, fuck.
Reese yelled angrily as he threw the condom wrapper to the ground. Danny stood up slowly and locked eyes with Reese, guilt still plastered on his face, while Reese looked at him with anger and disappointment.
Not to mention that it's your first time.
Danny shushed his friends aggressively as he held his hands up.
Riz, you can't tell Nyx, okay? She can never know. Please, Riz, I'm begging you. We were both drunk as hell, and she was telling me the story of how she and Nate ended up in Zachariah's prison. She started crying, so I hugged her to calm her down. It was supposed to be completely innocent. But she kissed me. I was so drunk, and our emotions were high, and I didn't stop her. I know I made a horrible mistake, but please.
Danny suddenly gripped Reese's arms and looked into his eyes.
You cannot tell her it was my first time.
He suddenly lowered his voice into a frantic whisper.
Rias, I am so unbelievably sorry. You gotta help me.
I don't gotta do shit.
Period.
Damn. Same place, same line during practice. Still hits.
Every time, baby.
Every time.
Oh,
Every time.
anyway, moving on.
Pretty gay. Reese took a deep breath to calm himself before answering.
Okay. Okay.
Reese said quietly, and Danny released his arms. Reese then swung his arms and slapped Danny across the face.
Holy shit.
Holy.
Probably harder than he should have.
Okay. I deserve that.
Danny said as he rubbed his cheek.
No, Danny. You deserve to get punched. You deserve to get the shit beat out of you. Now, I'm not gonna do that because, frankly, Nate's probably gonna have that covered when you tell him.
Reese crossed his arms in front of him.
What? Rias, I can't tell Nate. He was there for me when I was bedridden. He trusted me to keep her safe and I betrayed him. He won't just kill me. He'll never talk to me again.
Danny sounded frantic before the bathroom door opened and they both whipped their attention to it. Nyx walked out as she dabbed her black hair with a thick towel. She halted in place when she saw Reese in the room next to Danny, who had a red bruise on his cheek.
Fuck. You know about us, don't you?
Nyx said flatly.
I do. And what the fuck, Nyx?
Reese suddenly yelled as he turned to her.
Whoa, hey, don't yell at me. I had enough alcohol in me to take down a bull elephant. I couldn't be held accountable for my actions.
Nyx said flatly as she lowered the towel.
Oh, yeah. And what about Nate? You didn't think about him, did you?
Reese suddenly shot back at her. Nyx threw her head back and raised her voice.
Ugh, God, why does everyone care about what he's gonna think?
Because he's in fucking love with you.
Oh?
Reese shouted at Nyx, causing her to jump a bit. Danny sighed softly as he pinched the bridge of his nose, and Reese calmed down.
I'm sorry, but it was gonna take Nate forever to actually tell you, and I can't let this go any further without you knowing what you're really doing.
Reese stared at Nyx, waiting for her to talk.
He loves me?
Nyx spoke quietly in disbelief.
Yeah.
Danny suddenly spoke up after a long of being silent.
Reese and I agreed to wait for Nate to tell you himself, but...
Danny looked at Reese with a disappointment look.
Oh, hell no. You do not get to talk down to me. I'm still debating just ratting you out.
No.
Nix interject.
If Nate is gonna hear about this from anyone, it's gonna be me.
Nix took a deep breath before she turned and opened the door into the hallway. She jumped slightly when she saw Nerissa standing in the hallway with her hand cupped, making it clear she had been listening for who knew how long.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Nix said quietly through a soft sigh.
Oh my god, hey!
Beautiful!
Nerissa changed to happy tone to hide the fact that she was eavesdropping. Nick's face shifted as the reality of what happened she had done hit her. She shook her head and walked past Nerissa. She watched Nyx leave the look of slight concern on her face before she walked into a room and slapped Danny and Reese on the sides of their heads.
You big idiots! I hope you plan on fixing this.
Nerissa scolded them as they recovered from the slap.
I gotta fix shit. She was the one who kissed this other idiot and then fell into bed with him.
Reese said as he angrily gestured at Danny.
Okay, we're aware of what happened.
Danny said in a slight frustrating as he rubbed the side of his head. Nerissa rubbed her eyes in frustration.
What you idiots need to fix is with Nyx.
Nerissa looked at the guy's confused expressions before she scoffed.
Think about it. She had no idea Nate was in love with her. She probably thought she didn't stand a chance in hell with him. And what I think...
It's okay.
Oh my god.
Let it out.
Okay.
She probably thinks she didn't stand a chance in hell with him and wanted to keep the friendship they had rather than potentially ruining it. So she took the chance. She saw she had a super cute guy in front of her.
You think I'm cute?
Daddy butted in. Nerissa snapped her fingers in Daddy's face.
Focus, Danny. She just wanted one night to forget about every single hardship she's been through since her powers manifested. All you guys did was make her feel like shit for it.
Nerissa raised her voice as the two guys stood there and gawked at her. A look of realization spread across Danny's face.
Oh, fuck, I'm such an asshole.
Danny said to himself as he buried his face into his hands. He lifted his head and walked over to the nightstand to retrieve his glasses. He put them as he walked towards the door again.
Oh, dude, where are you going?
Reese said as he placed a hand on Danny's chest to stop him.
I'm going to apologize, which is something you should do too.
Oh, shit.
I gotta piss. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, have fun. Go piss, girl.
Go piss, girl.
Can we please make that like a fucking like Easter egg that every time someone tells me to do something, it's just
I gotta do
can
shit.
I gotta do shit, man.
Please, that would be so good.
And then like one thing where it's something he agrees with. He's just like, you know what? You're right.
Yes.
True.
Oh, I'm so fucking loving this. Thank you for letting me narrate this.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome.
Reese, you have to go on a mission with Kyle. I don't gotta do shit.
I don't gotta do shit. Oh
Sorry,
my
I just saw Fender posted Danny quote. She smooched me first. I panicked and went with it.
Yeah.
Danny 2025.
There's also I was emotional and drunk. Have you looked at Danny? He's hot. Nyx 2025. Oh my god.
You think
That
You
post
think
nut
I'm
clarity
hot?
said. That post nut clarity hit, and both of them said 10 out of 10. Never would do again.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh my god. What a
10
time
out
to
of
be
10
alive.
can't recommend.
10 out of 10 cannot recommend.
This is great.
The Nerissa, oh, I'm fine. Don't worry about my hands strangling y'all.
I still remember the amount of voice messages I sent you because of this.
Oh my god.
Just,
I remember just, hi, so I just finished chapter 2. What the fuck?
yeah. Literally fucking, just literally. I don't know if it's like at that moment, and then when it came to this chapter, I stopped at every moment, just be like, "You little
Yeah,
shit."
literally, it's just like you're telling me they did what?
They did the hanky panky.
Jade, I think when I read that, I think I stopped talking to you for like 3 days.
Yeah. Everyone had to like take a moment of like staring at the sunset. It's like, this is life now.
So viscerally upset that I put the Wattpad down and never picked it up again for like another week.
Nah, I kept going because I have to think like there has to be a problem solver here, and then it didn't.
They went beyond hand holding? Those two?
Those two?
Fuck!
I will 100% admit, when I read it, even after reading White Hair, I thought it was Soul still.
What? Soul doesn't have white hair. Hello.
I know. Listen. I forget characters. Okay. I thought Soul had
There
white
are
hair.
two
but then I was
characters
wrong.
that have white hair, and I don't think either of them would have been great.
Okay, I'm sorry.
At a third, you coward.
At a third, you coward.
Yeah, but no, I honestly thought it was Soul. It's like, okay, I know how bad this is. And then I saw the word Danny. I was like, ooh.
Oh
Like,
shit.
To be honest, when I saw the white hair, I was like, oh shit, Narissa? Wire rimmed glasses. Fuck!
I would have been really happy if it was Narissa.
Yeah.
Don't worry, don't
would've
worry.
been too.
There is gay in this story. It's just not.
Yeah!
Oh wait, I just remembered.
I do like that y'all started talking about gay, and I come in like I was summoned.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Welcome.
anyway, okay.
Oh.
All right, proceed. We have to proceed. We're getting distracted.
32, going down.
Yeah, 32.
Yes,
Read
chapter or page, not chapter. Jesus Christ, page 32.
Page.
It's
Wow.
after
Chapter
that.
32. That's longer than I thought.
It's after that.
Okay,
Danny
there you go.
line.
Yep. Danny! There it is.
Danny.
Danny.
Yeah?
Yeah, what's up?
Jingle, jingle, jingle. Okay. Jingle, jingle.
Okay.
Streaky, you may proceed.
Walking. All right.
Again?
Danny said to him before he walked out of the hotel. After checking out and exiting the hotel, he walked down to the street, towards the abandoned building with his hands in his pockets. For the first time since waking up the morning, he had some unclouded thinking time.
What the hell does this even mean? Was it just the excitement of the moment? Do I have feelings for her? No. It meant nothing. It was just a drunken slip-up. Purely physical. I mean, that's all it was to her, right? Yeah, that's all it was.
Once he made it back and climbed the stairs, he searched the room for where Nyx had gone. He got to the room at the end of the hall and flung open the door. Nyx was standing in front of Nate, and she whipped the head to the door while Nate continued to stare into space with his arms crossed. He had a blank expression and refused to look at Danny.
Hey, Nyx. Can you give us the room, please?
Whoa!
Buckle
Sorry,
up,
I got
chuckle
excited.
fucks. Buckle up, chuckle fucks. We're running
Whoa,
out.
Mr. Oliveira. Sorry. Move on.
Oliveira. Okay, anyways. Nate sounded calm and made Danny even more worried. Next looked at Nate before looking back at Danny, then back at Nate. But she didn't budge.
Nyx, I'm not gonna kill the guy, so just please.
Nate added some sincerity to his voice to put Nick's mind at ease. Nyx held Nate's gaze for a while before looking back at Danny. He nodded at her to signify it was okay. Nyx swallowed before she left the room, shutting the door behind her. A knife could cut through the tension in the room.
So,
Nate said quietly as he rubbed his cheek with his hand.
you slept with Nyx.
He said in a slightly cold. He said in a slightly cold tone. Danny flinched, almost like physically hurt him to hear those words out loud.
Yes.
Danny responded quiet as he looked down. Nate nodded slowly before he walked over to Danny and punched him square in the jaw. He was sent backwards a few steps before his back hit the wall, and he slid down until he was on the ground. He could have easily dodged it, but he took it anyway. He deserved it.
What in the absolute hell is wrong with you? How could you do that to me? We're supposed to be friends!
Nate tries to keep his voice quiet, but his anger broke through his voice voice got loud. Danny rubbed his jaw to ensure that nothing was broken before he stood up, still not holding an ounce of malice towards Nate.
Nate, I need you to understand.
Danny's voice came out as a whisper, trembling alongside his hands.
I didn't know what I was doing. She didn't know what she was doing. We were both drunk out of our minds, and
Yeah, she kissed you. She told me.
Nate interrupted him with a cold tone. Danny tensed for a moment before he took a deep breath.
she was telling me about your guys' past. Did she tell you that?
Danny whispered as he looked down and slid his hands into his pockets. Nate returned his gaze with a hint of surprise on his face.
No.
Danny chuckled once.
Yeah, she was. She was telling me the whole story of what happened from the moment she discovered her ability to the moment you guys were arrested. She started crying.
Danny paused as the memory came flooding back for a moment. Nate sighed softly. He hated the thought of her crying.
I tried to console her and calm her down, so I hugged her.
Danny paused again and looked down before Nate noticed him visibly swallowing.
Like I said, we were both really drunk, and a hug felt pretty good.
Danny glanced up at Nate for a moment before he looked back down. Nate noticed Danny's cheeks getting red, and he raised an eyebrow slightly.
She pulled away from the hug and just got the drop on me. She kissed me, and I...
Danny paused and pinched the bridge of his nose.
I don't have an excuse.
Danny.
Nate suddenly spoke, causing Danny to look up at him.
I don't want an excuse. I want an explanation.
He said sternly. He was most calm, but still angry. Danny took another deep breath.
I had never really gotten that drunk before. At most, I would have a glass of wine on holidays, because that's all my parents would let me have. That mixed with the heat of the moment, I just couldn't stop myself.
As Danny spoke, Nate had been observing his body language. He could easily tell that Danny was guilty, but there was something in his eyes that Nate had been struggling to grasp.
Danny.
Nate said sternly, with a bit more volume.
What is going on with you? I get that you're guilty, but you're acting like this was your first time or something.
Nate asked, jokingly at first. He then saw Danny's wide-eyed expression and how red his face was, and Nate's eyes filled with dread.
Oh no.
He uttered, barely above a whisper.
You're kidding.
Danny let out a shaky breath.
I may have been popular at my school, but I wasn't very brave with girls.
Danny looked up at Nate with an exhausted look.
Nate, I'm so sorry. I swear to you, nothing like this will ever happen again.
Danny stepped forward and gripped Nate's shoulders. Nate stared back for a moment, searching his eyes. He then closed his own eyes and exhaled deeply.
Okay. Thanks, man. I'm sorry I punched you. I didn't know.
Nate said quietly.
It's fine. I deserved it. It's not an excuse.
Danny responded before he rubbed his jaw again.
Good hit, though.
Nate chuckled.
Look, man, I'm not usually one to get all crazy over something like this. It's just I haven't really felt this way about anyone before. Hell, I didn't even realize what exactly I was feeling until you pointed it out when we first met. when she told me that you guys did it, I just felt this pressure in my chest, like a hot ball of lead.
My
Nate
bad.
brought the-
Sorry, I zoned out a little bit.
Nah, you're good. Nate brought his hands up to his chest and gripped his shirt.
I let my emotions get the better of me. But the fact remains that her and I are not together. What or who she does is none of my business.
Nate dropped his hands and looked down.
Not giving up, are you?
Danny asked him with a slight frustration.
What do you mean?
Nate asked in confusion.
I sleep with the girl of your dreams and all I get is one punch and you apologize to me?
Danny let out a single chuckle.
That doesn't really seem like you.
Nate held his gaze for a moment.
All right, truth time. When you first walked into this room, every cell in my body was telling me to beat you bloodier than Damien did. In fact, I would have made Damien's incident just a tiny scratch compared to what I was about to do to you.
Okay, improv. Fuck.
Lied. Fucking gulp.
Danny tensed again.
Yeah, I know. Danny tensed again.
But seeing the look on her face, she looked scared. I don't know, it just forced me to let a lot of that anger go. I can't hate you, Danny. You're one of my best friends.
Nate suddenly stepped forward and hugged him tightly, planting a few slaps on his back.
I'm really sorry, Nate.
What a stern back.
Yeah, what a hard, hollow back.
What a big bag.
You've been working out. You've been working out, dude.
Oh yeah,
Proceed.
thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Danny said again in a quiet voice. Nate broke the hug before nodding with a subtle smile.
Give me a bit, okay? I need some time.
He said before he patted Danny on the shoulder and left the room. Danny exhaled deeply before he looked up in the window for a moment, taking in the calming sight of the deep woods. The sight of ruined compound peeked through the top of the trees in the distance.
What's going on?
Oh, wait, that's Soul.
My fault.
So, what did you hear?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He's old.
Anyway.
What's going on?
Danny turned around upon hearing Soul's voice. Danny's shoulders relaxed and his eyes softened.
Oh man.
Danny said quietly as he pinched the bridge of his nose.
I had to tell you something.
And chapter
Yikes.
3.
Well, damn.
So there I was, blasted.
Oh god, it's chapter 4!
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah.
So much.
I'm nonchalant.
Nonchalant, yeah, for
Are you
sure.
sure?
Yeah,
Um,
nonchalant.
Anywho,
Yeah, sure.
anybody else want to take over
Damn,
narration
Soul's mogging.
this time?
Not narration, but I'll take a voice again.
Well, there is Jack that's up for grabs, and I guess you can still be Drake if you
Oh
want.
fuck! Tonks isn't here. Where did she go?
You just realized you
Uh,
had Tugs.
Well, Tugs said,
They left.
yeah,
Yeah.
had
they're
to
doing something
vacate.
else. Yeah.
Why? Oh my god!
Yeah?
You okay?
Dog.
You okay, baby?
You alright,
No,
buddy?
the dog jumped on my chair from the back and hit the back of my neck. That scared the fuck out of me. You little asshole.
Oh shit.
attention.
Vito,
Yeah,
would
you
you
know,
like
she just
to
got
take
all the
over
attention.
narration?
We got muddy outside, and I had to give her a fucking bath before taking a shower. Little asshole.
Anyway, Vito, would you like to take
Yeah.
over narration?
I shall be Jack.
Yeah,
Oh,
I can
no.
do that.
Okay. Who's gonna? Oh wait, Streaky, you were taking over Drake, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
you goddamn right I am.
Goddamn right. I gotta take over this goddamn job.
Anyway. Okay.
It's got
So.
like 600-hour work week. The blue-colored motherfucker. Okay.
Okay. It starts with a Danny line, so Voltex, you may fire when ready.
Oh, thank you. Soul, I'm only telling you this now so you don't find out at the wrong time.
Danny said to her in the same room Nix had broken the news to Nate. So sorry, Joe.
Well, I'm guessing it's bad considering that huge bruise on your cheek. What'd you do?
Soul responded and she closed the door and leaned against it. Danny closed his eyes and sighed.
So, last night, when you and Jack were watching Drake and Nate, the others and I went back to the festival.
Mm-hmm. I'm aware of that. Get to the point, Danny.
Soul responded in a flat tone, causing Danny to stiffen. He cleared his throat.
Well, all of us ended up getting hotel rooms to sleep in an actual bed. We were all pretty drunk, and
Danny started stuttering, like he would burst into flames if he said anything further.
Danny, come on. What is it?
Soul pushed it further, but added sincerity to her tone.
I slept with Nix.
You whore. Danny finally choked out the words before he closed his eyes and braced himself to be hit again, but the punishment never came. Danny opened his eyes slowly and saw Soul staring at the ground, her crimson hair hanging in her face. Her eyes flicked up to look at Danny from under her eyebrows, somehow making him feel even more guilty.
Well, that explains the bruise. I'm surprised Nate didn't beat you into a pulp.
I was expecting him to. I deserve every punch if it was just some stupid drunken mistake, and I just want to fade into history, that's all.
Danny rubbed his hand in idle embarrassment before he looked at Soul to hint that he wanted to leave the room. She refused to move.
I'm not done with you yet.
Soul said to him in a cold tone.
Woo, Soul
What about
Aramis.
Nix? Is she okay?
Danny closed his eyes.
I still have to apologize to her. I didn't get a chance because Nate was here. I wasn't exactly the most sensitive guy. I really made it seem like she was the last person on earth I would sleep with. I can't imagine that's a great thing to hear as a girl. That, and Ria's kind of blurted out that Nate is in love with her.
Danny finished as he rubbed the back of his neck.
Oh my god, that idiot.
My fault, King. Soul leaned her head back against the door.
My fault, gang. I was angry.
Even after hearing that, it didn't really seem like she regretted what we did, which was weird. Then again, I don't know her very well.
Danny responded as he crossed his arms and looked off into space.
Well, when you talk to her, try not to be yourself.
Soul responded as she placed her hand on his shoulder and moved out of his way.
Ouch. But I guess I'll try.
Danny responded quietly before he left the room to find Nix. He peeked into the common room and saw Reese, Drake, and Jack, but not Nate or Nix.
Hey, where's Nix?
Fire escape, I think. Reese responded flatly. Clearly he was still angry. Danny nodded and left the room to go find her. He approached the window that led to the fire escape and saw Nix's gorgeous legs through the window. Her long black hair glowed.
Hello?
Hello? Nix is Nix is gorgeous. Nix is gorgeous. We know. Like,
Them
Gorgeous
legs.
legs.
I mean, you would know if they're gorgeous, but, you know.
hey.
Her,
Anyway.
her long black hair glowed in the gentle wind. As Danny got closer to the window, he could see she had her hands in her lap as she picked at her own nails. She was clearly anxious. Danny swallowed his own anxieties before making himself known.
Nix?
Danny said softly as he leaned through the window. Nix turned her head towards him a bit, and Danny's face turned somber when he saw her eyes were red and puffy.
You mind if we talk?
Nyx shook her head subtly, and Danny climbed through and sat down on the fire escape with the window between them.
You were crying?
Danny pointed out in a quiet tone as he looked at his lap.
Yeah.
Nyx said in a hoarse voice as she wiped one of her eyes.
Was it because of me?
Danny asked as he tapped his first two fingers against his leg.
No. It's because of me.
Her voice broke a bit.
Because of you? Why?
Danny's voice sounded concerned as he peeked at her.
Don't take this the wrong way, but it's because we, you know, well, not because we did it. It's because I feel so horrible about it. It didn't really hit me until I saw the look on Nate's face when I told him. I hurt him. And I could tell that coming clean didn't make anything better. He couldn't even look me in the eye.
Nyx then finally looked up at Danny, and her eyes widened when she saw another bruise on his face.
Did he hit you?
Yeah. He tagged me right in the face. I don't hate him for it, though. I deserved it.
True. Danny rubbed his jaw slightly.
Going along that vein, he told me that when I first walked in the room, he wanted to beat me bloodier than Damien did.
Danny's voice got quieter as he went on with his sentence.
But he said it was you that calmed him down and changed his mind.
Really?
She asked with surprise in her voice.
Well, I'm sorry that he hit you.
Nyx's voice got lower before she looked down and picked at her nails more. Danny saw this and sighed. He wanted to get her to stop doing that before it made her fingers bleed, but he was afraid. The last time he tried to console her, it ended in a huge mistake.
Yep.
Ouch.
Sorry,
What a wild arc this is.
Yeah. I love it. I hate it.
Danny was an arch. You don't have to apologize.
Hang on.
No. We're moving on.
Danny said before Nyx suddenly turned towards him.
Yes, I do, Danny.
She suddenly spoke loud, but Danny held firm.
This is my fault. I was the one who kissed you. Drunk or not, that's what happened.
And I was capable of shutting it down, but I didn't. And that's on me.
Danny responded in a calm tone. It was silent for a bit after that before Danny glanced over at Nyx. She was continuing to pick at her nails and they were becoming raw.
Okay, enough of this, Nyx. Stop.
Danny turned and separated her hands as she tensed in surprise.
This is my fault. It doesn't matter if you kissed me or not. You didn't know about Nate's feelings for you. I did. I almost ruined everything for one stupid night of temporary pleasure. Nyx, look at me.
Danny bent his head down slightly, where Nyx broke eye contact and looked down. She lifted her head at his words, even though she found it difficult to maintain eye contact.
I understand that things between us are going to be strained for a little, but I still think of you as one of my best friends. I swear to you, nothing like this will ever happen again. Also, I'm sorry I freaked out in the hotel room. Can you forgive me?
Danny looked deep into her eyes. She looked back at him and sighed.
I can.
Nyx smiled weakly as she nodded. Danny looked visibly relieved and his shoulders relaxed.
Thank you.
He exhaled through his relief before he got back up to crawl through the window.
I'm gonna take a short walk. Today has been exhausting.
Yeah, I wonder why. He added with a smile before he climbed through the window, leaving Nyx on the fire escape. She sat out there for a while, admiring the sky as the sun set. Nix had thought it was early morning when she had woken up. Turned out she slept in a lot later than she thought. The colors of the sky were turning into a warm orange and red ombre. The sight calmed her. She hadn't seen a sunset like this since before she discovered her ability, and her life drastically changed. For better and for worse, she hadn't seen her mother in almost 3 months with no explanation. She guessed that the authorities, or maybe even Zacharias' crew, came to her old home and informed her mother she would never see her daughter again. A stiff ball of anxiety formed in her stomach, causing her to pull her knees close to her chest.
Nix?
Nurse's voice was quiet, barely loud enough for Nix to hear it over the idle hum of the city.
Oh, hey.
Nix said as she turned her head back towards the woods. Nerissa climbed through the window and sat down right next to her.
Are you okay?
Nerissa's voice was soft and kind as she placed her hand on top of Nix's. She choked up a bit.
Yeah, I'm okay. Danny was just here, and he apologized to me about what happened. Well, he apologized for how he made me feel the morning after.
Wait, what did he say?
Nerissa asked as she leaned in slightly, trying to keep Nix calm but also deeply intrigued.
Well, I woke up before him. He woke up while I was having my little freak out. When he realized what happened, he started panicking. He was acting like he just committed a murder.
Nix noticed her walls quickly lowering around Nerissa. She had that way about her.
Oh, man.
Nerissa whispered in sympathy for Nix.
Neri, I can be real with you, right? You won't tell anyone what I'm about to say to you?
Nix asked as she locked eyes with Nerissa.
Of course.
Nerissa replied as she nodded swiftly.
Okay. To be honest, it really hurt to see him react like that. I mean, I still don't really remember that night very well, but I remember how I felt in the moment.
Nix paused as she looked down, clearly embarrassed. She looked up to see Nerissa nodding her head to egg her on.
I mean... Oh, sorry, that's me. I mean...
Oh, yeah, okay.
Danny is really smart, he's kind, and I'll just say it, he's hot.
Thanks.
Nerissa snorted, causing Nix to smile softly.
I guess I just liked him. I was stupidly drunk and I was crying. He hugged me and the hug went on for a really long time, and he kept his hand on my arm after he pulled away, and his smile, I just couldn't control myself.
His voice shook more and more as she went on with her explanation.
I kissed him, and I tried to pull away and apologize, but he grabbed my head and kissed me back.
Holy shit.
Nerissa quietly cut off Nix, and she looked at Nerissa with a worried gaze.
You remember everything?
Nix stuttered.
You remember everything. The whole night.
Nerissa repeated with a big smile plastered on her face. Nix closed her eyes for a moment and took a deep breath.
Okay, fine. I remembered everything.
Nix's voice got quieter as her face flushed red. The squeal that came from Nerissa made Nix jump a bit.
Tell me everything. Was he gentle, aggressive? Did the scars make it hotter?
Nerissa spoke with excitement, but Nix could tell she was just trying to get her smiling again.
Nerissa.
Nix said quietly to stay focused on the issue, but Nerissa leaned in closer and lowered her voice.
Was he big?
Nerissa!
Nix said sternly as she buried her face in her hands to hide her flushed cheeks. When Nix lifted her head again, she saw Nerissa still staring.
I'm
not serious.
Oh, that was
Oh,
me.
you?
I can't tell.
It's okay.
I
it's
have
fine.
to know, how big's the hog?
What are we rocking here, man?
My brother in
Please,
Christ.
It could go
What
both
is
ways.
up?
Anyway,
Is it
moving
good?
on, moving on.
It could go both ways. Nyx is serious. So is Narissa.
Yeah,
She,
yeah,
you want to know?
she wants to know. Like, she's only human. Sheesh. Anyway, I'm serious.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Nyx, Narissa calmed down and shifted her demeanor back to serious.
Please, continue.
Okay. At first, I didn't remember anything. It didn't come back to me until after I had showered, which makes sense because after Danny showered, he said that he could remember everything as well. But for some reason, the first words out of my mouth were, "Was it good?" Why the hell would I ask that?
Nyx got worked up again.
He was clearly upset and profoundly embarrassed, and I have the gall to ask if it was good?
Well, what did he say?
Narissa asked before she properly heard herself.
I mean, did it seem like the question offended him?
No. Actually, he got all flustered and said it was incredible. Then immediately got up and said how he didn't want to ever do it again. But that wasn't even the worst thing to happen. Reese came into the room while I was in the shower, slapped Danny, and then
Damn
yelled
right.
at me that Nate was in love with me.
Narissa gasped.
Nate's in love with you? Oh my god, yay!
Beautiful.
Narissa bounced a few times as she clapped her hands before she immediately stopped and her face dropped.
Oh. Fuck.
Yeah. Nate is in love with me. And I broke his heart.
Nyx began choking up as her eyes misted.
Oh, honey, come here.
Narissa said gently before Nyx leaned forward and cried into her shoulder.
Is that me?
Yes.
Please don't give up.
Taking a drink.
Yeah, sorry.
Please don't give up. I'm sure he still loves you. Someone can't just change how they feel just like that.
Nyx kept crying softly into Narissa's shoulder while she rubbed her back to help comfort her. The sun had been completely hidden by the horizon now and had gotten dark. Nyx suddenly felt Narissa tense.
Nyx, look.
Narissa whispered in a shaking tone. Nyx lifted her head and followed Narissa's frightened gaze. Through the trees, she could see faint flashes of light. Nyx crawled forward on the fire escape as she squinted to get a better view. The source of the flicker had entered a break in the trees. Nyx's blood ran cold when she saw at least a dozen men in black tactical gear sweeping the area with flashlights. A search party.
Fuck.
Nyx whispered fiercely before she frantically climbed back into the building and helped Narissa through. They both ran to the next room, causing everyone to look at them in shock.
There's a small army of people in tactical gear coming this way. We need to go now.
Whoa, wait, what makes you think they'll search here? Reese asked as he quickly stood up off the ground.
Because that's exactly their job, Reese. They're looking for us.
Nyx said in a panicked voice.
Okay, Nyx, calm down.
Nate stood up and approached her before he gently grabbed her by the shoulders.
Deep breaths. We know what to do in this situation, okay? We need to stay calm and get everyone out of...
Nate stopped when he looked around and noticed they were missing a head.
Where's Danny?
Nyx's eyes widened.
Oh god. He's still out for his walk.
She said quietly before Nate could feel Nyx shaking.
Okay, Nyx, breathe. We can find him, okay? He couldn't have gotten far.
Nate said before Narissa's panicked voice called out as she looked through the window.
Sorry.
Don't apologize.
Guys, it's Danny! They got Danny!
Narissa shouted in panic as she saw 3 men surrounding Danny. A look of fear coated his face. Oh, like hell they do! Reese said quietly, but the rage was clear in his voice. He sprinted towards the window before he dove through it.
Oh, right. Who was going to be Jack? Oh, Sonny, wasn't that you?
Right, it's me. Sorry, I'm going. Wait, hang on.
Hanging on.
For fuck's sake.
Jack said before he grunted and his wings sprouted from his shoulder blades.
I'll help Reese and get those freaks away from Danny. You guys get to the bottom floor and come up behind them.
Jack finished before leaping out of the window himself. As the rest of the group ran towards the stairs, they heard the loud bang of a door being kicked down, followed by shouting. Oh, hang on.
Oh, Vito's got this one. I can smell it.
Okay. Nix Valentino, Nathan Oliveira, Sol Erebus, Drake Salvador, Narissa May Silvius, we know you're here. Come out with your hands up or we will use force. The loud voice boomed and Nate's brow furrowed.
Ladies and Drake, you guys are up for the fight. I could slip into their heads and tell you what's up.
Nate whispered as he stepped aside and let his friends go in front of him. Oh, my fault. Nix turned to Narissa.
You can do this, right?
She asked softly. After Narissa nodded, Nix turned and walked down the stairs as quietly as possible. She turned the corner and suddenly heard Nate shout in her head.
Nix, behind you!
Nix reacted, but not the way Nate expected. She whipped around and grabbed the soldier's handheld club with her bare hand. The stranger's face shifted to subtle shock as he glared into Nix's eyes. Her eyes flashed violet again before she grunted and swung the man around. He slammed into the wall, creating a large crater with a loud crunch. Narissa and Sol ran around the corner the moment the soldier was out of their way. Narissa held her hand out before making a gesture like she was going to rip something off the wall. The water pipe on the wall burst open, for the water snaked out, and Narissa thrust her hands forward. The water shot down the wall and collided with a second soldier's chest, knocking the wind out of him. Sol lifted both her hands in front of her, and two separate tendrils of shadow lifted from under their remaining two soldiers. The shadows snaked around their throats before Sol slammed them into the walls and out of their way. The three girls ran down the hall with Drake and Nate following closely. They reached halfway down the hall before a loud bang caused them all to flinch and look back. A soldier had opened fire as he held to the wall by Sol's shadows.
Go, run!
Nix shouted as she held up her hands and walked backwards. The soldier fired more rounds, but they never found their marks. They stopped an inch in front of Nix's extended hands as her eyes pulsed bright violet. Once her friends were safely around the corner, Nix stood still until the soldier's magazine had emptied. Click, click, click. She dropped her hands with a sigh as her eyes faded back to blue and the bullets dropped to the ground. Nix then gripped another pipe on the wall and ripped it away with little effort, causing scalding steam to block the hallway. Nix then ran around the corner to catch up with their friends outside. They all tensed when they saw Reese and Jack fighting off at least 6 men to get them away from Danny, who was unconscious on the ground behind his two friends. Sol inhaled sharply before she lifted her arm, and a shadow tendril lifted from her shadow. It grew in size before Sol swiped her arm in front of her.
Heads up!
Sol yelled as tendril swiped across the entire area. Reese vaulted over the tendril as it passed him, while Jack ducked underneath it.
Grab Danny and let's go!
Sol shouted at her friends after the strangers had been knocked over. Reese looked at her and growled out in a heavy breath. She tensed upon seeing slitted pupils inside his glowing eyes of amber, sharp fangs hanging down from his top teeth.
Ah, shit.
Nate said quietly, causing the group to look at him.
He's in full-blown rage mode. He isn't listening.
Nate took a step back, slightly afraid at the pharaoh look in his friend's eyes. Reese then dropped to his knees when a soldier slammed his handheld club down onto his head. Reese slowly turned to look at the soldier that hit him before he wildly swung his arm with a loud roar. His claws slashed through the soldier's throat as Narissa glanced gently. Nix watched with wide eyes as she recalled herself killing someone in such a brutal fashion.
Nix!
Sol shouted to pull Nix's attention back to where it mattered.
We gotta help them. Focus.
She shouted before Nix looked back at Jack and Reese. She saw 3 men surrounding Jack before they all jabbed him with taser batons. Jack yelled out in pain and seized violently.
Jack!
Soul yelled in desperation before a shadow tendril shot out and wrapped around the throat of one man. She yanked him backwards roughly, causing the other two men to jolt in surprise. Jack immediately took the moment he needed and flicked his wings outward. A huge gust of wind bloomed out and sent the soldiers to the ground. It was then that a loud yell sounded through the night. Drake was the only one whose attention was free to look. He saw Reese on his knees. He was holding his bleeding head. It appeared the blow to his head knocked him into clarity. Relatively speaking. Drake then saw one of the strangers with an angry look in his eyes, pointing a handgun at Reese's head. He was gonna kill him. Drake sprinted forward and spat acid at the shooter. It collided with his eyes and caused the stranger to jerk his arm up and fire. Thankfully, it missed everyone, and Drake tackled his whole body into the man. Just as Nick slammed the final assailant into the wall and knocked him unconscious, her head whipped to an alarming sound. 2 consecutive gunshots. Everyone's heads whipped to Drake and the man he had been wrestling with. Drake rolled off the guy, who was now laying still with a gunshot wound in his chest. Drake was lying next to him, clutching his own chest, and his shirt was stained with blood. Drake! It was Reese who called out his name. Suddenly, the blow to his head meant nothing. He scrambled over to Drake while Danny was just beginning to regain consciousness. Drake! What's wrong, dude? Reese asked desperately as he looked out at Drake's hand.
Turns out,
Oh, Jesus.
my
Drake
scales.
choked.
Go for it. No. Go ahead, say it.
Drake choked out as he moved his hand.
My scales can't block bullets.
He said quietly as Reese looked down at the gunshot wound in his chest. Oh my god. Okay, dude, you'll be okay. Narissa! Reese turned around and yelled to get Narissa's attention, but she was already staring. She ran over to them as the others followed, including Danny, who was now on his feet.
What the hell happened?
Danny's already weak voice trailed off as he saw the situation.
Oh, is that me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, my fault. Drake?
Heal him! You can do that, can't you? Reese yelled, in desperate tone, causing Narissa to flinch at his loud voice.
I can't.
Narissa whispered through a breaking voice as she looked down at Drake. What are you talking about? You healed Danny! Reese yelled at her, causing her to jump again.
Guys,
Nate yelled after he removed his fingers from his temples.
the soldiers inside called for backup.
Narissa ignored Nate.
Danny had a few broken bones and tissue damage, not a gunshot to the heart.
The heart? Reese repeated in shock before he looked back at Drake, who was fading. Drake, hey, don't fall asleep, okay? We're gonna help you. Reese gently slapped his face to pull him back to clarity.
Reese, it's okay. Don't yell at her. This was my choice.
Drake coughed violently, drops of blood dotting Reese's face and chest before Drake took in a wheezing breath.
And do it again.
Drake smiled softly before he rested his hand on Reese's hand, which had been applying pressure on the wound for some time now.
I love you guys.
He whispered in a raspy tone before his hand slid off of Reese's and his eyes tilted shut. Drake, come on! Reese yelled as he shook him, but no response came. It was then that the group heard yelling from across the street. Oi! Stop right there!
Not the oi!
The group, except for Reese, turned around to see 5 more soldiers getting out of a large SUV. They immediately opened fire on them, but Nyx had lifted her hand again to stop the bullets and protect her friends.
Reese, we gotta go, brother.
Nate said sternly, taking a few steps away from the soldiers as they advanced. But Drake, we can't just leave him. Reese protested in his grief.
Reese, we aren't losing you too. Move!
Danny yelled as he grabbed Reese's arm and pulled him to his feet before shoving him towards the woods, finally getting his ass moving. They all sprinted into the woods as the soldiers all emptied their guns. Nyx dropped her hands with another exhausted sigh. Another fluid motion, Nyx thrust her hands forward and clutched them into fists. She pulled her hands towards her chest, and the SUV flew towards her. It barreled into the soldiers like bowling balls into pins.
Steer
They're
right.
trying to pursue her and her friends. She quickly turned around to join her friends as they were all running away. Nearly 10 minutes of running later, the group finally stopped to take a breather. Danny immediately dropped to his knees, breathing heavily as he brought his hand up to his bleeding head. Narissa sat down on her knees, not even breathing heavily. It was like she had shut down. Nyx was on her hands and knees, trying to soothe her spinning head while Nate rubbed her back. Reese had simply dropped. Why? Reese whispered quietly as he buried his face in his hands. Jack came up behind him and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. He may not have known them very well, but he still wanted to show the support that Reese clearly needed right now. Sol walked over to Danny, who had slumped back onto his legs and hunched forward looking at the ground.
Are you hurt?
She asked quietly. She thought she heard Danny say something, but he was mumbling under his breath.
Danny?
This is my fault.
Danny spoke a little louder, but still didn't budge.
I wasn't careful enough. I got cocky again. I walked down the street like I belonged here, and I didn't.
Danny's voice broke.
If I was just a little more careful, Drake wouldn't have.
Danny, stop.
Sol said firmly.
This isn't anyone's fault, okay? It's just something that happened. But this is not your fault. Understand?
Sol sat down next to him and placed a reluctant hand on his knee. She wasn't exactly the most comfortable with physical touch, but Danny looked like he needed a comforting hand.
Thank you, Soul.
Danny's voice was trembling. The group stayed silent for a while, feeling a hole inside of them all. Drake may not have spoken much, but he still left an impact on each of his friends. An impact that would linger for a long time.
Guys,
Nate finally broke the silence with a quiet voice.
what are we gonna do now?
Okay. Reese took a deep breath. Okay, I just want to be normal, okay? In what world is it normal for a 21-year-old to watch his best friend get run through by a shadow-weaving psycho, and then not even 2 months later watch his other best friend bleed to death on the ground? Reese yelled at Nate as he stood up.
Reese!
Nate yelled out. Reese stared at him with tears falling freely down his face, but a look of anger in his eyes.
I know our lives aren't fair, but it's our lives, okay? We just have to keep fighting.
Nate's voice sounded sincere, but also afraid.
He's right, Reese.
Denny spoke up next, then Reese looked over at him.
You really think Drake would want us to give up so easily?
Danny spoke with defeat clear in his voice. He was trying to convince himself as much as Reese.
I understand the temptation. I felt it often after what happened to me.
Danny quickly wiped a tear from his left eye, and Reese's eye widened. He had never seen Danny cry.
But you know what kept me going? You guys.
Danny looked at everyone.
You all have been by my side through everything, and I can't even begin to repay you for all that you've done. But I'm sure as hell going to keep trying. I keep fighting for you.
Danny looked back at Reese.
You keep fighting for me.
Reese's face softened a bit, and he nodded subtly. You got it, he uttered in an even tone. Danny smiled.
Come on. We need to go.
But where?
Nyx finally spoke up from her kneeling position on the ground. The groups quietly looked at each other before Soul spoke up.
I know a place.
End of chapter.
Yo, we ate with the acting.
That's what I'm
Let's
saying.
go.
Fucking
Yeah,
eight.
like,
Yes.
shout out to, like,
Yay.
first of all, Vito making me cry from like
What?
Reese's tear-filled moment, and then Streaky making me cry from Drake violently dying.
This is a great
know,
time.
like,
This
what
is a
the
great
fuck?
time to let the moment settle because I have to piss again.
You
Go
wanna
piss,
jam?
girl.
I will
I
piss.
want to-
Okay,
I will.
that shit was insane.
Here, I'll come with you for moral support.
I
I will
What
bring
the
up.
hell?
I'll
I
come
will-
with you for moral support.
I want to say one thing.
Me and the ball.
I'm going to need to dip because I have my stream in half an hour and I need to make dinner. So
Oh shit! Yeah, do that.
that's the
Go
last
eat,
chapter
girl.
for me.
For real,
So
for
as I
real.
actually die, I'm leaving.
No!
R.I.P. Fly high,
Not my
king.
cowboy
Literally,
hat.
Streaky's over here doing the peace sign meme over Drake's grave right now.
Yeah,
Like-
Not even my character, but I died.
Pucker face and all.
Don't-
Duck lips.
So all of you have a lovely time.
I'm gonna miss
Go
you.
piss.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
go
yeah,
peace,
I
peace.
will go on to the afterlife with Drake.
No, I'm gonna miss you.
Later, I'll be
Okay.
back.
Why?
I love you. Oh,
Bye.
damn.
Oh.
I know I was gonna do that too, but I
My
didn't.
cowboy hat.
No, you're bald. You're weave.
You're bald.
Bald! Bald!
Bald, my
eyes!
I'm not fully bald. I got luscious white lux.
What?
You got
Or
luscious,
I
you
got-
got
I
luscious
have
white lux.
Luscious white
Luscious
lux.
white locks.
Luscious.
I
There
don't
we
know.
go.
Can I just say, gang, all around the board, well fucking done.
Honestly.
I
So
did
proud.
fucking nothing, but I enjoyed it.
It's really fun because having to play Soul and Narissa is so
You do it really well.
Phenomenal.
Like
man.
really fucking well.
it's so like the voice range is insane.
Yeah, but you like, slip into it seamlessly. Like I'm impressed.
Anyone else teared up? No.
That was my
little
first
bit.
time doing anything like voice actory. That was fun.
Saga, this is our first time meeting. I'm like so legit proud of you.
I love the support.
See, I was
Yeah.
in a I was in a chat with you like before, but like
Yeah.
you didn't fully. Yeah, and now I'm like, oh fuck.
I know we chatted a bit in one of A Wheel's VCs, so I'm already like, yeah, this bitch cool as fuck.
Yeah. It was really fun.
Yes.
And
Not
now
the fact
chat.
he's looking at a meme in the side chat.
I have
can-
returned.
Now I can go Drake. And now
Alright, this
everyone
is
will
actually-
understand
Yeah,
I mean.
now you can go Drake, and everyone will know.
Well, I was
Me-
gonna say that I
me
do
neither.
have to go. It's getting quite late, and I still do have a little bit of schoolwork I need to do. I didn't have any chance.
Damn.
You want some help?
No.
Okay.
Now bring back Drake. Ooh, about that.
Yeah. No.
That's okay. I can do all of the women, I guess.
Yeah. You slay. I
Okay,
would
let me
say.
let me take a pick at Narissa. I'll try.
Let me do
No.
Soul.
Let me check
No.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear actually your Narissa. I want to hear it right now.
Do it.
Hi guys.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
So good.
Oh
Beautiful.
my lord. Anyway.
Oh, you two big idiots.
I gotta do shit, dude.
I don't gotta do shit.
Holy
dude.
shit.
The immersion is so real.
Oh my god. Anyway,
Reese is my spirit animal.
Reese is Vito's spirit animal, and I just really just love that for him.
All right. Well, y'all have fun. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
You're welcome back anytime,
Let,
girl.
let me know when the next one is, and I'll
Yes,
hop on.
you are welcome back anytime.
All right.
Even if we happen to still be live when you're done with your schoolwork, you're welcome to come back. That is a decision you could make.
Join us for demonologist sometime.
I'm gonna be with Pookie.
Fair. Fenrir, Reese is Vito. Have y'all ever seen them both in the same room at the same time? Coincidence? I think not.
Vito,
All
what do you
right.
have to say? Reese, what do you have to say?
Sorry about that, y'all. I had
Cowabunga,
to
dude.
do a couple Twitch clips.
Y'all
I
have
know.
fun.
Yeah.
Huh?
Thanks for
Okay.
coming.
Have fun
Bye.
with
Wait, are
this.
you leaving?
Nerd.
Yeah.
Ah! No!
We're finally on mutes. But yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to deafen because I was fixing up some clips that I got, and I'm like, oh, you're leaving.
Oh, great. More clips.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
yay.
Can't wait.
What, you act like that's not half my fucking job.
I
here.
already know that one of them is after Danny told Soul that he slept with Nyx, and Vito was like, you whore.
Oh yeah, no, that's already there. That,
Yep,
that
I knew it.
finished that one.
Anyway, bye, Seka.
Bye.
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 Kiss, kiss, hug, hug.
Kiss, kiss, fall in. Oh, she's gone.
Also, Fen, yes, that is all my work. That's my
Pook?
main thing.
Yes, sir.
You gorgeous motherfucker. I appreciate everything that you do, and you're a wonderful voice actor. What a fucking line read, my man.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, which line?
Yes.
Was it was
yes.
I'm pretty sure it was that
Oh,
improv. I was like, you
I
know, I
thought-
really couldn't have been you like Damien did to you. You know, just
That
just have to
improv
be-
was crazy.
I could like hear the knuckle crack. The knuckle cracking in the background of that.
Not even that,
Oh, that was
but
me.
like literally still perfectly timed either way. The fucking just anger towards Danny, I could feel it. Oh my god, it was beautiful.
You channeled
Yeah, I
it,
can feel it
baby.
too.
Yeah, I can feel it in my face
Okay.
area.
Bro, you slept
Yeah.
with
Fucking
my
oven?
goth gamer girlfriend. Cringe.
What?
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Danny.
Anyway, okay, we're gonna
Okay.
push it forward. I'm gonna end up
Okay, so
doing all of the women,
I got.
guess.
I'll do Narissa.
I'm jealous.
What were you saying, Sonny?
Thank you, Spook.
You were saying something, Sonny?
Alright. Yeah, I was kind of just trying to level out who's doing who because we are also short of street.
Right. So I can do I can voice the ladies.
I can do Jack for sure, and I can do Reese or Drake, whichever one.
Drake's gone.
Well, Drake's gone, buddy. I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Oh right. Oh, you know the denial was hardcore
The
there.
denial was so wild there. Holy
That
shit.
really
The
was.
denial was wild.
Let's see.
It is a river.
We need a Jack.
So I can do Jack.
I assume
can...
Vito is still gonna be Reese Poo.
Well, duh.
Yeah, duh. He is Reese.
I think that's fine though. I think we just need you to cover Jack.
Yeah, okay. Okay with me.
Very cool.
Who wants to do narrator?
I'm gonna opt to not because I am
Yeah,
voicing
no.
all of the women.
Me.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Spook, you got it, buddy.
Spook is in.
All right, starting with me. I know a place.
Sol said quietly as she stood alongside her friends in the dark woods. The crickets chirped loudly around them before Jack stepped closer to his old friend.
So, are you sure?
Jack asked quietly, like he was trying to speak to only her.
We don't exactly have a choice, Jack. We need a place to hide, and I have a place to hide.
Sol said back to him before she turned to the group and spoke louder.
I have a lake house that Jack and I used after I initially left home. It's not too far from here. We should be able to get there by morning if we get going now.
Sol said before she looked at Nyx when she stood up swiftly.
Wait, why are you just telling us about this now?
Nyx asked her.
I didn't exactly have much time while we were running for our lives.
What?
You
know?
His Wi-Fi shut.
Oh,
no.
No! Well,
Oh
okay,
no,
I'll be
he
Reese
just
in the
no.
meantime.
He just texted me saying I accidentally unplugged my PC. Hang on.
No, fuck you. Okay, let's just
Done.
wait for him. Let's just wait for him.
Oh no.
I don't think we. Man, my
I can
brain is
cover
going
Reese.
back and forth.
Damn, and then
between-
there was 4.
I can cover Reese for now until he comes back.
Same
I don't-
Z's, but
hang
like
on, I don't
my brain is going back and forth from like no, wait for him, and wait, we gotta lock in.
Yeah, there's actually not
Right.
a race line for a little bit, so we can
Okay, so
like continue
just
a little
keep
bit.
going?
Yeah.
All right.
Just
Anywho.
like I do with your mom.
Anyway.
Sol
you-
answered sarcastically.
Yeah. That, and there is a small chance that my family knows where it is. But it's been so long since it was used, they've probably stopped keeping eyes on it. Any other questions, or can we get going? Can you walk?
Oh, my baby, he's back.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry,
Uh,
I kicked
good.
the out underneath my TV.
You're fine.
well done. Nerissa asked as she kneeled down next to Danny, who was wiping more blood from his head.
Yes, I'm fine. I think it's just a concussion. I might be a little woozy until we get to the lake house.
Danny responded as he stood up. He stumbled a bit and had to use Nerissa's leverage, but he got up. Reese suddenly led his friends through the pitch-black woods. Thanks to his night vision, it was no issue. In fact, they had reached the clearing in the woods much sooner than Sol had predicted. The moon was high in the sky as the group saw the large lake.
Whoa.
Nerissa whispered in wonder. The cold blue color of the moonlight reflected on the lake, causing the clear water to dance in an almost hypnotic way. Fireflies fluttered around the lake, causing a wondrous sight that immediately calmed Nyx.
There it is.
Sol said as she nodded to their left. The group looked and spotted a large lake house. It had 2 floors and a large porch, including a pier that hung over the lake a few feet.
That's it? That place is huge, not exactly hidden.
Denny said through his idle disbelief.
That's the idea. Hiding in plain sight and all that. This place is way off the grid. We'll be safe here.
Sol responded to him before she started walking towards the house. Denny followed her, and after a moment, then Nate, then the rest. Sol opened the door with a key that she had dug up from under a rock next to the stairs of the porch. A small cloud of dust burst from the seal of the door before she stepped inside. It was clear that no one had been here for years, from the thick layer of dust coating every surface. Nyx turned around when she heard Denny coughing slightly. She saw that he had his shirt pulled up to cover his mouth and nose.
Asthma?
Nyx asked him.
Minor asthma. I don't like to talk about it very much.
He responded after a small coughing fit.
Oh my god!
Huh.
Anyway. Don't worry, Danny. We can clean it up. Make it livable in here.
Nerissa replied with a smile. The others couldn't tell, but Danny was smiling under his shirt from Nerissa's kindness.
I'll help.
Nyx said to Nerissa with a grin.
Danny, you go outside and get some fresh air. We'll clean up one of the rooms for you.
Nyx shooed Denny towards the door with her hands.
Reese, you too. Go get some fresh air.
Reese scoffed before leaving the house, already knowing what Nyx was doing. Denny left after him and shut the front door.
Reese?
Danny asked as he walked down the porch steps just as. I'm sorry.
What is happening?
I thought you were like
Fucking
about to
weird.
sneeze.
Sorry.
What's happening over there, buddy?
This fucking for the side chat has said that we have to.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Danny left after him and shut the front door.
Reese?
Danny asked as he walked down the porch steps, just as Reese was walking around the corner of the house and towards the water.
Reese!
Danny raised his voice because it seemed like Reese hadn't heard him. Danny picked up his pace as Reese continued to ignore him.
Reese! Hey, dude. Wait.
Danny said as he caught up with Reese and grabbed his arm, but Reese roughly jerked it out of his grasp.
Don't touch me, Danny.
He paused as he pinched the bridge of his nose.
I just need to be alone right now.
No, I don't think you do.
Danny said quietly. When Reese wordlessly stared in response, Danny stepped forward.
I think you need to say something. I think you need to say something so badly it hurts. But you won't because I'm the person standing here right now.
Danny then raised his head to look at him.
You're still mad at me, aren't you?
Danny, I'm upset because I just watched Drake bleed to death in the dirt. And yes, I don't want to talk to you about it because I still kind of hate you right now.
Reese held slight malice in his tone. Danny exhaled.
Reese, you know even Nate has forgiven me, right? Why haven't you?
Danny sounded slightly offended. Reese stood there silently for a moment, rubbing his chin.
You made me room with Narissa because you didn't trust me alone with Nyx. Like I was gonna try something. Then the next morning, I find out you fucked her. You understand how suspicious that is, right?
Reese started ranting at Danny, clarifying that this had been building for a while.
Why are you still on that?
Danny asked as he leaned his head back in annoyance.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Why am I the only one who sees this?
Reese asked out loud as he looked up into the sky.
What would have made the most sense on who should room with whom to minimize risk? Me and you. And then those two. But for some reason, you really wanted to room with Nyx. Why is that, smart guy?
Reese leaned forward and spoke with anger in Danny's face.
You think I have feelings for her?
You said it.
Danny asked quietly as he felt the color leave his face.
Reese, that's ridiculous. I don't have feelings like that for her, okay? Who the hell knows what was going through my head that night? I was drunk as hell.
Danny stared straight into Reese's eyes.
Danny.
Oh, that's me? Oh, okay.
Yep, same
Daniel.
paragraph.
My fault. As of right now, perfectly sober, I can tell you with absolute certainty, I do not have feelings for Nyx.
You are not the father.
Damn.
Hello.
Reese searched his eyes for a moment, trying to figure out if Danny was telling the truth.
Then why didn't you just room with me?
Reese asked quietly.
Sorry, I'm busy inside.
Stop looking at side chat.
Well, no, okay. Anyways. Honestly, I wanted to help her.
Danny looked down as he slid his hands into his pockets.
I could tell she was having a really hard time, and I wanted to help. I felt like she needed an unbiased person to vent to, and I wanted to be that for her. No offense, Rias, but you don't exactly have the best track record with emotional support. I promise that's all it was. That's all it was supposed to be.
Danny dropped his head lower in exhaustion. His voice broke a bit, and Reese's expression softened.
Danny.
Reese asked quietly, his posture relaxing a bit.
Reese, I don't know how I can explain to you how sorry I am.
Danny lifted his head and his voice sounded weak.
Yeah, Danny, you said that many times. It's just.
No, Reese.
Danny interrupted his friend before he blinked, and Reese saw a single tear fall down Danny's cheek.
I'm sorry about Drake.
No.
Reese said sternly as he pointed a finger at Danny, who jumped a bit.
Dude, I know you, and you're about to blame yourself. Even if you know you couldn't control the situation, you will still blame yourself just because we were protecting you.
Reese leaned down to catch Danny's eyes.
Danny, we love you. When I saw Damien run you through in that arena, I wanted to go find him and kill him myself.
Reese said quietly, and Danny hung his head again. This time he was remembering.
You know what he said to me as I was face down and bleeding out?
Danny whispered as he stared into space with wide eyes.
He said, "Know your place, Koshinuke. Coward. I'll never forget it. My stupid brain won't let me forget it. I hear it all the time."
Danny lifted his head and lazily pointed a finger at him.
That is why I slept with Nyx.
Reese looked confused.
How the hell would that be?
Because I am a cat. What?
You got
I
it
read
wrong.
that so wrong.
You got
Because
it.
I am. Period. Fuck, man.
I think, therefore I am. Type shit.
Oh, he also was yelling this. All right, my fault.
You want me to read you back in?
Yeah.
All right, interrupt me.
All right.
How the hell would that be?
Because I am a coward, Reese.
Here you go.
Danny suddenly yelled would cause Reese to take one step back.
I am a coward. Ever since I was taken from home, I kept getting beaten down over and over after all that pain and failure. I wanted to feel normal again. I wanted to prove myself that I'm not a coward.
Danny looked deeply ashamed.
I'm only gifted by my strictest legal definition, Reese. I'm trapped in a world of people like Nyx, who can stop bullets with her bare hands. People like Jack, who can sprout rings of steel and soar through the air. People like Narissa, who can heal broken bones in seconds. And I can't do anything.
Danny's voice broke as more tears fell down his face.
I feel broken.
Oh, dude.
Reese said quietly before he moved forward and hugged Danny.
I didn't know. Danny, hey, look at me.
Reese said before he pulled Danny away by his shoulders and looked into his watery eyes.
I don't think you're broken. You're just damaged. But damaged things can be fixed.
Danny hung his head in defeat. Reese wordlessly guided Danny over to the plastic lounge chairs that were on the edge of the lake. Danny sat down in one while Reese sat in the next one. Reese pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and handed one to Danny. Normally, Danny would ask where and how Reese got them, but he really didn't care at this moment and just accepted the cigarette. Reese handed Danny a lighter after he had lit his own cigarette, and the two sat in silence for a while. Inside the house, the rest of the group had divided the cleaning jobs amongst themselves. Narissa was tackling the living room solo. Jack and Sol were cleaning the rest of the downstairs rooms, while Nyx and Nate were working on the upstairs. Well, Nate was cleaning one room while Nyx was working up the courage to talk to him, to say again that she's sorry. She took a deep breath and walked into the room he was cleaning.
Hey, Nate.
She called out meekly. Oh, hey. What's up? Nate turned to look at her as he wiped his hands on a towel.
Nothing. I just wanted to see how you're doing.
Nyx asked as she stepped forward. Well, considering everything that's happened in the past few days, I think I'm doing okay, Nate said quietly.
Just okay?
Nyx asked him in a confused tone. Well, yeah. Other than, you know, Nate said in a somber tone. Nix knew he was referring to Drake's death. Nix looked at the back of his head when he turned around to continue dusting a dresser. Nix's face twisted in thought.
Sorry. My fault. Oop, I was about to start narrating. The fuck? Well, I was more referring to what happened between me and Danny. You seemed really angry when I told you.
Nix said, slightly louder this time. She knew Nate was in love with her. At least, that's what Reese said. She was hoping to get it to admit it himself before she did anything she'd regret. Oh, that. Well, Nix, you mean a lot to me. Introducing you to him and you immediately sleep together, it kinda hurts a little. He said slowly. He was tiptoeing around the elephant in the room.
Just a little?
Nix asked as she took another step closer. Nate turned around to look at her.
It seemed like it was more than that.
Nate stared at her for a moment before he noticeably swallowed. I guess I was just worried that you'd fall for him.
Sorry, I was taking a drink. Why would it be an issue if I did?
Nick spoke kind of coldly, hoping to get Nate to blurt it out as last resort. I don't know.
Come the fuck
Nate
on,
said as he
dude.
looked down and crossed his arms. I know, right? Hurry the fuck on.
She set you up, dog!
Nick stopped for a moment before deciding to go for a different approach.
You know, Reese found out about it before you did.
Oh, yeah? Nate responded quietly as he averted his gaze.
Yeah, and he was pissed. He actually slapped Danny.
Nick stared as she took another step closer. Nate chuckled before a subtle realization crossed his face. Yeah? Nate dragged the word out a bit as he moved his eyes towards her. Nick took a chance and just said,
Nate, Reese told me you're in love with me.
Nate's head whipped towards her, and he stared with slightly worried eyes. Did he now? That's interesting. Nate looked down again and tried to keep his voice calm, but Nix could still hear the shaking. Nix nodded, feeling like his reaction was confirmation enough.
Nate.
Nix called out his name, and he looked up at her, almost as if it was instinct. The two stared at each other for a while before Nix opened her mouth to speak, but it was even longer before the words made it out.
I love you.
Oh, thank God. Nate uttered quietly as he closed the gap between them. He cupped her face and brought her lips to his. The two smiled into the kiss that both of them had been waiting for a long time. Nix's mind was spinning and her knees suddenly felt weak.
Yeah, they did.
After a few seconds
Sorry.
of pure bliss, Nate pulled away, and Nix suddenly felt cold. Nate kept his eyes closed for a second longer before he opened them to look at her. Wow. Nate whispered through a soft smile. You have no idea how long I've wanted to do that. He added as he lightly stroked her cheek with his thumb.
How long?
Since I first
Nix
saw you
asked
in those fishnets.
coyly, causing us. Yes, sir! Nix asked him coyly, causing a soft chuckle to escape Nate. A long time. Maybe before you even discovered your ability, Nate responded. What about you?
Honestly, I've had feelings since I've met you.
Nick said quietly as her face radiated remorse.
She fell first, he fell harder.
Damn!
Yether.
Whew. Nate, I need you to understand. I had no idea. Sorry. Jesus. I had no idea you felt this way about me. I never would have slept with Danny if I had known.
Nate cut Nyx off and pulled her into another mind-spinning kiss. I know, Nyx. I've known you for almost 4 years, remember? And it's my fault for not having the balls to tell you sooner. I can't be mad at you. Or Danny. Fucking right. Nate spoke with a small smile, but Nyx could still see the look of sadness in his eyes. Nyx cleared her throat.
I guess, we should continue cleaning.
She suggested before backing away from him. Nate nodded in agreement before Nyx left to clean a different room. When she turned the corner, she paused and smiled to herself. Considering what happened in the past few days, things were finally looking up.
Yeah, my boy.
Now that we've actually finished the chapter, hi,
Yay!
hi Sky, hi Katarina.
Oh.
We have more lady voices. I don't have to do it all by myself.
Yeah.
God, no! Not like this. Ah!
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, sorry for getting
I love
distracted.
how-
There's a lot
I gotta
happening.
say that was really funny. Things are finally starting to look up. One of my best friends just died a couple hours ago, but my boy kissed me, so things are okay.
Pookie finally smooched. It kicked
I
you.
gotta
Why
go
did
to
it
my
kick? Huh?
college, so, like,
Hi Kat. Hi Katarina. How's it going, man?
Bye.
Give me a second. Oh, okay. She said give me a second. All right, cool. Nyx has
What,
priorities. Listen, Fen. Listen, all right? After all this bullshit, she's gotta look for the bright side, okay? It's to keep her mind
Mr.
intact.
Brightside.
well, now she can't. Because she got up. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Oh.
Took
Also,
about fucking long time.
Chapter 6.
Taken.
Uh-oh.
I love how I came in to them kissing. Fuck yeah.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Yeah, third.
Oh yeah,
And they
baby.
were- And they were in love.
And they were in love. Anyway, hi. Welcome.
Yeah, rum's good.
In this case, Sky, would you mind taking over for Soul? And Katarina.
Yeah.
And you wait, you do mind?
No, I came from work. I literally just sat down.
Oh
on
no,
my
no, no,
PC.
no, you're
I
fine. You're
cannot
fine.
do this right now.
I'm dropping in for a hi before I have my date night. Hi, May. Enjoy your
What?
date night.
May,
Oh,
hi.
oh
I-
fuck. Hi,
I might
Mail.
have just summoned the dog by saying hi to May, considering that's her nickname.
Oh.
Say, May, you have a good date night.
I'm picking your dog.
And also,
Good luck,
Katarina,
Mail.
would you mind filling in for
Who's
Narissa?
male? Who is? It's the mailman.
Wait, hang on. Katarina,
Wait.
Yes.
would you mind filling in for Narissa?
I don't mind at all.
Thanks.
Wait.
You're great.
You're welcome.
Thanks so
Also,
much.
Cat. Hi, cat. Mwah.
Hi.
Oh, you know exactly what I said. Here's little May May, the golden doodle I'm seeing.
The golden doodle.
Hi, baby.
Anyway, so chapter 6, am I right?
Oh, hello, baby.
Does anybody want to take over narration to give Spook a little break?
You do
I
it.
wish I could, but my asthma is acting up.
Full 6 to it.
On this chapter, too?
Yeah, I don't think he should, to be honest. This
Yeah, if you
particular
give me 30
chapter, I
seconds
don't know if he should.
If you give me 30 seconds to grab my inhaler, I can do it.
As long
your
as
time,
as long
BB.
as you're not pushing yourself.
Take your time.
Whoa! You
Dude.
put that away.
No, let him cook.
By the order of the guild, let him cook.
It doesn't work when I'm tired.
Vito,
I
Yeah.
in your pants, dog.
Yeah.
It's in my pants, brother.
Oh, I know. Just
Don't
keep
worry.
it there.
Unlike some people I know, we won't be drunk and there won't be mistakes.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah, because it'll be on
Someone's
purpose.
yeah.
Who's
well,
drunk?
Nobody,
Huh?
don't worry about it.
Oh, that was part of the last chapter.
We had just passed the
Book two.
festival chapter in book 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thought you were like actually drinking. I was like, who the fuck?
We
I mean,
are
I
starting-
I
did.
mean, I mean,
No.
I did have a margarita wine mix thing that I found in my sister-in-law's fridge.
Word. Anyway,
Alright, hang
we
on.
are starting at chapter 6. For those who just joined, Katarina and Sky, we are on chapter 6.
I have my book open.
Very cool, very cool.
Capítulo
Yum, yum, yum.
número 6.
God.
Yum 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 yum.
Hmm?
Is this drugs? Is this the second book?
Yes, the second book.
Nick's and Nate's ship name is
Grab my
still
book.
Nate.
Actually,
I would like
Nick,
to think that their
Nick's-
ship name is like Nakes.
Nick's and Nate's ship name is actually going to make you all laugh, and you'll see why when I say it.
Is it Knit?
No, it's Mind Over
Knight?
Matter.
Mind over man.
That is so smart.
I guess you could say mine's on top of matter. Ayo!
That was the thing. That was the joke. Yeah.
That's the whole. Mimi, come
Bottom.
back.
Well, time to draw.
Pardon.
Anyway,
Bottom day.
are we good to proceed?
Oh, it's bottom day. Are we celebrating me?
I'm ready.
You can if you want to.
Are we good to proceed?
Yeah, I was
Or
narrating.
celebrate with me properly. Okay. All right. Soul was sitting on the front steps of the lake house in sail. Oh fuck! All right, already off to a great start.
Doing great.
Inhaling her cigarette deeply. Smoke flowed from her exhaling breath. Someone else needs to be narrator. My stuttering is at an all-time high. I tried,
word.
and my stutter was like, "Yeah, get fucked."
It's fine.
It's okay. I'll do it.
Okay, yeah,
Y'all
Vito,
saw my
Vito, you
stutter
got
last
it.
stream.
Smoke flowed from her exhaling breath as worry took its place.
Ooh.
Soul had gotten a strange feeling when Danny told her what he did. Her chest felt tight, and her blood felt like fire. Soul placed a hand on her chest as she tried to place the feeling that was crawling back. It almost seemed like fear, but that wouldn't make sense. Soul didn't even jump when the front door opened and closed, nor did she jump when Narissa sat down next to her.
Hey, how you feeling?
Oh fuck. Soul, my love.
Can I remember? Who am I doing again?
Your soul.
Soul.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's okay. You're coming in from work, and you just.
I did a lot at work, and I'm tired.
I am so sorry. I cringed when I saw how much you are working.
I have to do more tomorrow.
Horseshit.
Oh my god, stay strong.
Okay. All right. I feel weird.
Soul responded as she took another drag of her cigarette.
I've felt weird around Danny.
Narissa raised an eyebrow.
Weird how?
I don't know, man. Weird, like weird. He told me he banged Nyx, and it felt like my chest got tight. It was like I could barely breathe.
Jealous.
Soul took.
Jesus Christ, y'all.
Hello?
Soul took a drag of her cigarette and exhaled fiercely.
Can I confess something to you?
Narissa asked quietly. Soul nodded.
I felt weird around him too. Not a bad weird, but it was like I just immediately trusted him. I didn't even know him, and I just wanted to protect him and make sure he was safe.
Narissa looked off into space as she spoke.
That's weird.
Soul responded as she took another drag. She knew Narissa wasn't exactly the type to trust a guy so quickly. They were similar in that aspect.
I know, right?
Narissa looked at Soul solemnly, before she remembered what they were actually talking about.
As for your situation, I think that the ever-brooding and reserved soul Everest might be catching feelings.
Narissa said coyly as she leaned into Soul's shoulder.
Yeah, right.
Soul scoffed as she took the final drag of her cigarette and flicked it away from the stairs.
I'm serious. You have to admit, you guys would be perfect together. You're both quiet and calm. You're both smart.
Narissa was going to continue listing off comparisons, but the front door opened again.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey! How convenient!
Oh, hey, what's up, girls?
Oh, hey, what's up, ladies?
How you doing?
Oh my god. That was actually beautiful. Oh, bless.
Thank you.
Fucking, oh,
Every
hey.
glance you're tickling.
Oh shit, oh hey, dude. Huh.
Oh, hey.
What's up,
Okay,
dude?
okay. We have to let Vito gather himself. Chill.
Danny said as the two girls turned to look at him. He sounded tired, and he looked tired too. He pulled out his own cigarette as he sat down next to Soul and lit it.
You smoke?
Narissa asked him in quiet disbelief. You smoke, dude?
You smoke? Smunk?
You smoke?
Oh, yeah, not very much, but I have one when I'm feeling stressed. I'm smart enough to know they're bad for you, but stressed enough to not care.
Mood.
Danny said before he took a long drag and leaned back onto his hands. He coughed a bit when he exhaled. He glanced over at the girls and saw them both staring at him.
All right, I know what you're thinking. I shouldn't smoke with the whole asthma thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. I'm not one to judge people, though.
Soul said as she looked forward again.
That's the one smoking a lot. Well, I gotta go help Nyx with dinner, I think.
Narissa was obviously making an excuse to leave the two alone. Soul rolled her eyes up a bit as Narissa got up and went back inside.
What's up with her? Huh? What's up with her?
Denny asked as he took a more gentle drag of his cigarette. He could tell that something was up with her, but he couldn't place what. Soul leaned back on her own hands and sighed.
She has this weird idea in her head that you and I are super similar.
Soul said so matter-of-factly that it threw Danny off guard, and his eyebrows flicked upward for a moment.
Well, just gonna dive right in, huh?
Danny responded sarcastically before he took a hit of his cigarette.
She has a point, though.
She does?
Soul said in a surprised tone as she looked at him.
Yeah, we're both intelligent. We're both determined fighters. We're both reasonably attractive.
Sheesh. Danny's voice dropped slightly as he glanced at Soul from the corner of his eye.
And we're both scared by the same person.
Scarred.
Mm-mm.
Scarred? Oh my gosh.
You're
It's
fine.
okay.
I mean, maybe they're both scared.
Technically not wrong, but
And we're both scarred by the same person.
Soul's head whipped to him, suddenly becoming acutely aware of the long scar crossing her right eye, covered by her bangs.
How the hell did you know about that?
She asked him.
I'm a very perspective person, so your hair doesn't grow cup.
perceptive. That's the one.
Is that stroke number 15?
I think so. Maybe 20.
Maybe 20. All right.
I'm a very perceptive person, Soul. Your hair doesn't cover as much as you think it does.
Danny spoke softly as he held out his half-finished cigarette, seeing if Soul wanted the rest. She wordlessly took it and hit it deeply.
He's my brother. He tried to kill me.
Soul said quietly as she exhaled the smoke.
I have a sick feeling that my dad is plotting too.
Soul leaned forward and looked down.
What makes you say that?
Danny asked as he leaned forward so he could look into her eyes.
Yeah. He's not exactly the most forgive and forget kind of guy.
Uh-huh.
Continue.
Oh, was like, my dumb ass, I'm sorry, I'm tired.
It's okay.
It's okay, sweetness.
Especially if Damien is in his ear.
After Soul had answered Danny, and before Danny had time to respond, the front door swung open again. Nate and Reese stepped outside and looked at Danny.
There you are. Reese and I talked, and we both agreed. You gotta build that muscle mass again.
Nate said as he stepped forward and cracked his knuckles.
So, you and I are gonna do some training.
Okay, sure.
Danny said calmly before he took the cigarette from Soul and took the final drag before flicking it away from them.
Well, you will just have fun. I'm going inside.
Soul said passively as she walked inside and shut the door behind her. Upstairs, Soul walked towards her room to take a small nap. When she tried to walk past Narissa's room, however, the door opened. Narissa and Nyx dragged Soul inside and stared at her with excitement.
What is it?
God, hey. Soul asked as she looked between the two of them. Narissa and Nyx exchanged a look with each other before looking back at Soul with smiles plastered on their faces.
Nate kissed me.
Nyx blurted out as Narissa squealed shortly.
Well, it's about time. That's great, Nick.
Wait, no, that's
Oh
Soul.
my god.
Oh, rewind.
Oh wait, that was okay.
Well, it's about time. That's great, Nyx. Does this mean you guys are a thing now?
Soul asked with a small smile on her face.
Honestly, I don't know. He told me he loved me for a long time, but he didn't actually ask me to be his girlfriend.
Nyx scratched behind her ear.
Well, maybe with everything going on, he's just distracted.
Narissa suggested hopefully. Nyx's lips twisted in uneasy thought.
Maybe.
Back outside, Nate stumbled backwards as he massaged his shoulder where Danny had struck it.
Nice hit, dude. No offense, but we know you're skilled with hand to hand. We need to hone that ability you were talking about.
The visions?
The voices. Danny lowered his hands and pulled his shirt off to combat the heat outside.
I've only had 2 of them, and I don't even know how I did it. It only seemed to be triggered by a lethal attack.
Right, how the hell are we supposed to train that? Reese piped up as he leaned up to get a break from his sit-ups.
Well, I have an idea, but you guys might not like it.
Danny said as he rubbed the back of his head. Both Nate and Reese looked at him with looks of concern, but curiosity as well.
Scene change.
Oh my gosh.
You want me to do what?
Narissa shouted at Danny in the front yard after he explained his plan.
I want you to stand here with this water and just watch. We're trying to hone my visions so I can react quickly enough to dodge a lethal wound. We're just here to test a few things, and we need you here in case an accident happens.
Danny explained calmly as he held his hands up in front of him.
You mean if Nate accidentally stabs you? Danny, I don't like this.
Narissa held her arms in an uncomfortable posture. Danny placed a hand on her shoulder.
I know, but that's why I need you. I can't do this without you. Please?
Danny's voice was gentle as he tried to convince her. Narissa closed her eyes and sighed.
Okay, fine. Just be careful, okay?
Narissa looked into his eyes to convey her seriousness. Danny nodded and turned back to Nate, who was holding a knife in his hand. Danny stepped forward and stretched his neck in a circle.
Okay, Nate. Here's how it's going to go. You're going to take that knife, and you're going to try to stab me with it.
All right. Danny lifted his chin and pointed at the center of his throat.
Right here.
Oh, you're serious? We're seriously doing this?
Nate sounded worried as he looked at Reese.
Yes, we're doing this. Now, come on.
Danny said sternly as he motioned Nate towards him. Nate took a few deep breaths before he lunged towards Danny. He started with a few punches, which Danny either dodged or diverted with his hand. Nate then adjusted his grip on the knife and went for the stab. It was then that Danny had another vision crash into him. He saw Nate stab him right in the throat with his eyes open wide in horror. Then, Danny was pulled back into his own body, but he was ready for it this time. Danny pivoted his body around Nate as he was stabbing, and ended up behind him. Danny lifted his foot and playfully kicked Nate in the backside. Nate stumbled forward a bit before he turned around with a smile on his face.
See? I told you it'd be fine. I'm getting used to the feeling of the visions now.
Danny said as he pushed up his glasses. Actually.
Shut up.
Actually.
Okay, that was scary, but also kind of awesome.
Nurse admitted. Behind her in the window, someone was watching them all training outside. No one noticed her, but she was there.
Soul,
She turned around when Jack said her name.
you like Danny.
He added with a subtle smirk.
Shut up, bird brain. No, I don't.
Soul replied flatly as she looked back out the window.
Yes, you do. I know you, Soul. You never open up to anyone that fast. Especially a guy. Ugh, men.
Ugh, men.
Jack, the man.
Men.
Oh, God.
Jack said after Soul scoffed. She glanced at him, who was looking at her with a raised eyebrow.
Okay, so I opened up to him. So what? That doesn't mean I like the guy.
Soul responded sternly at first, but then calmed down. She was a little angry that he was eavesdropping on their conversation earlier in the day, but knew that pointing it out would be meaningless. Jack hummed shortly.
Do you not?
Jack asked as he held her in place with his cold blue eyes. Soul was speechless by the question. Soul watched as Jack walked away into the kitchen before she looked back outside, her mouth twisted in thought.
Ooh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Scene change.
Hey, Vito. You can...
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Vito, would you like to fill in for Damien? Oh my god!
His heart says no, but his brain says yes.
And this is where I
Hold
put
on.
mine.
Give me a second to find. There it is.
Oh!
I found his voice.
Yeah, you did. Sheesh. Anyway.
Sure.
Hang on.
Uh-huh.
Damien, I think I got something. A man with short brown hair and a suit approached Damien with a photo. One of our scouts found him, but you were right. Her new ally still surround her. Damien took the photo and looked at it. It was a photo of Danny and Soul as they sat on the porch stairs. Danny was handing Soul the last half of his cigarette with a small smile on his face. Damien hummed and thought as he looked at the photo, his brow furrowed in veiled irritation. So, Soul made friends with the Yomushi, Damien said quietly before he crumbled the photo in his hand and let it drop to the ground. That makes it easier for me. I think I know how to kill two birds with one stone.
like-
Scene change.
Yes.
Yeesh.
Yes. Jade, check your text messages real quick.
What?
Oh boy.
Check your text messages
Okay.
real quick.
So...
The next morning, Danny closed the front door to the lake house around 8:30 a.m. He pulled up a black face mask that covered the lower half of his face as a precaution. He wanted to make some breakfast, but was missing a few ingredients to make enough to feed everyone. He decided to make a short trip into the city to buy the remaining ingredients he needed. So Danny left a note on the fridge before making his trip. Immediately, Danny still didn't feel safe in the city. even with his face hidden. He tried to take alleys in less populated streets to minimize the risk of being recognized. He kept his head down as he entered the small store and purchased the ingredients he needed. After thanking the clerk, Danny left the store and walked into the alley he used to get there. Halfway through the alley, Danny halted when two suited men stepped out of the shadows, blocking his path.
Oh, gee, who'da thunk it?
Who'da thunk? Danny's
Motherfucker.
hands shook when they quickly drew and held handguns pointed at his face.
What is this?
Danny said quietly with a shaking voice. One of the suited men... Sorry, don't know why I put an accent there. One of the suited men smiled softly as he took one step forward. And also, they shouldn't have British accents. They should have Japanese. The Arabis Mafia, the man said sternly, causing Danny to gasp gently, and he took one step backwards. Suddenly, Danny felt an arm wrap around his upper body, holding his upper arms against his torso. He then felt a hand holding a cloth over his mouth and nose, completely cutting off his air. Danny immediately dropped the bag of his ingredients and tried to pry the hand off his face before a voice sounded next to his ear. Struggling is pointless, Daniel.
Oh, God.
Damien's voice mused in Danny's ear, sending a wave of raw fear through. Damien stepped backwards as he kneeled, forcing Danny to sit on the ground so he couldn't counter with his legs. Besides, he said as Danny's grip on his arm loosened, you simply must come see the estate. He mused playfully before Danny's eyes began fluttering shut. Finally, he fell into the darkness.
Ruh-roh, Reggie.
Oh, fuck. Am I right?
I dropped my salad.
Fucking
You dropped your salad, not the salad.
Not the salad.
Really? In front of my salad?
the salad.
I am punching your salad!
Okay, distracted. Scene change. Anyway, moving on.
Soul was woken up by Nyx, shaking her by the shoulders. Soul yelled out in surprise before Nyx backed away.
Sorry, but you need to see this.
Nyx sounded worried, which made Soul worried. Nyx led her into the living room where everyone was gathered already. Nerissa and Reese were sitting on the couch. Jack was standing against the doorway to the kitchen, while Nate was standing against the wall next to the door. Everyone looked disturbed and worried.
Whoa, what's with all the doom and gloom?
Oops. Soul asked through a yawn as she rubbed her good eye.
Well, Danny left a note saying that he was going out to get some things he needed to make breakfast. That was at 8:30 a.m. and it's 10:36. And this was stabbed to our door.
Nate said as he flicked a card at Soul. She caught it between her first two fingers before turning it around to read it. By Kokudo, I like your new toy, so I took it for myself. You want it back? Come and get it. You better hurry. You know how I always break my toys.
No fucking way.
Soul said darkly as she stared at the note.
That's not all.
Jack said quietly, catching Soul's attention. He walked up behind her and handed her a photo. Soul looked at it and her heart started racing. It was Danny. He was unconscious, lying on his side with his hands bound behind his back. It looked like he was laying in the back of a van.
God.
Soul whispered as she put a hand on her head.
This is my fault. This is what happens when I let my guard down.
Soul started yelling slightly.
Whoa, Soul, honey, calm down. This isn't your fault, okay? This is your brother's fault for being such a psycho.
Nerissa got off the couch to speak to her friend more directly. Yeah! Reese suddenly said as he stood up. Besides, I'm sure Danny gave them one hell of a fight before they nabbed him. There's no way he'd. I'm sorry, I gotta restart.
You're good, man. You're good.
I
The
keep
accent
going
makes it
back-
better.
I keep
No.
going into it. I don't mean to. I'm sorry.
It's so good.
Besides, I'm sure Danny gave them one hell of a fight before they nabbed him. There's no way in hell he'd let them come here for a fight. Reese sounded calm, but the tone of worry was inescapable.
So, baby.
Soul?
I lost my place.
It's
There it
okay.
is. Don't you see? That is his plan. He wants me, so he kidnapped Danny so he would have leverage against us. He's going to hold Danny's life above our heads.
Soul took a deep breath and exhaled with a soft growl.
But you know what? We are all going in there and we're getting Danny out.
Soul?
Nyx whispered in concern, seeing the look in her friend's eyes. Soul looked into Nyx's eyes and leaned forward.
We are getting him out, no matter who we have to kill.
Sheesh.
Whew, Soul Erebus.
So I guess.
Yay!
She hot.
Oh
Yeah.
boy. Oh shit.
Would this be a bad time to say that I must await now?
Actually, I was
No.
about to say that.
No!
I'm sorry.
think-
Oh my
so tired.
gosh.
Heartbreak.
I'm gonna freak out.
I'm
Not
gonna
if I freak out
shit.
first. Ah,
Oh,
ooh,
rah,
ah.
rah, rah, rah. Okay.
Rah, rah, rest in
Rah,
peace.
rah, rah. Rah, rah,
Okay, how about
Rasputin,
this?
lover of
Since
the
you two
Russian
are
queen.
leaving, we will do obviously you have to leave, so like you can leave if you want. But we will do this one chapter and then that is where we will cut it. Cool?
Wait, what chapter are we in before I go?
Live
Now
long
we're on
enough.
7.
It starts off with Danny's POV.
Never
So,
be enough.
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
never, never, never.
Thank you.
I got you.
So
Oh,
it's just
hey
gonna be
man, I always
D&D
got you. Mwah.
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 Well,
What? I
Jade,
can
if
screw
you
around.
wanted. Oh, damn, never mind.
What?
What?
What's
Hold
up?
on.
I was gonna say, if you want to do this scene, we have like 8 minutes left before it becomes 4 hours. If you wanted to like wait to the other stream to do it, then that's
the
fine.
thing. That's the
But
thing
being
is
that
that
Nate's here,
I don't want to wait. That's the thing. I want to do this chapter so badly.
But Jade, aren't you the master of leaving people on cliffhangers?
You think the end of this
That's-
chapter isn't
yeah.
going to be a
Ooh.
cliffhanger?
This
That's
is
true.
Oh.
one hell of a cliffhanger. I'm gonna be
Oh.
real. Well,
ad break in 44
We
seconds.
just gotta, give him a little taste of what's to come, and then cut it off at the end of the chapter because I'm evil
Little
like
a
that.
little taste.
Yeah.
Before we
See,
cut it
Vito-
off.
Vito could help us out because he is the master of voices, apparently. So, like, I mean,
What?
Well,
To be fair,
Hey,
there's a lot of Damien in this chapter, and I feel like chat just really needs to experience that.
well, your chat
True.
is very much like you.
But
Psycho fuckers, a lot of them.
I'm looking at you, Fen. So, Fen, let me get this. Let me get this straight. So, Fen, let me get this straight. That cliffhanger wasn't enough for you, or
Fen is ready to lick every single character in this godforsaken story. You really think anything's gonna be enough for them?
all right,
I mean, same.
I
Fair
just
point.
Exactly,
I
all
just,
of us.
For me, for my mental, I just really want to do this chapter.
Go for it, bestie.
I say we do it.
Do
Alright,
it.
I can stick
Yay!
around.
I can't, but I will.
Don't worry,
be
baby
thinking of you
boo.
guys. Am I baby boo?
Don't worry, baby boo.
Yeah, don't worry, baby boo.
No
Fuck,
te preocupes, nena.
Whoa! Run while you can.
Jesus Christ.
dude! Every single
Buenas
bottom
noches,
is
mi
losing their
amor.
mind right now.
I can't redeem it more than twice.
¿Dónde
in
está la
30 minutes.
biblioteca, mi amor?
That's where the nearest library is.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What's worse is
Donde está el
what's
barrio?
worse is Jacob knows that it gets to me, so I'm gonna die.
Oh, he knows it gets to all of us. Why do you think I cast him as Nathan?
True. Spook knows
Daddy.
what
Cast
to do.
Spanish speaker.
Fuck.
Out of the mouth.
Anyway, goodbye, Sonny. Thank you for coming.
Okay, good night,
Bye.
everyone. I adore you all.
Buenas noches, mi amor.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Anyway.
Damn, anyone else on their knees? No, just me? Got it.
Anyway, time to lock in because ooh baby, this chapter.
I'm ready.
If you want, I can narrate.
I got it. There's not much, Nix.
Bet.
Okay.
Okay. Chapter 7. Live long enough. Danny came into consciousness but couldn't open his eyes. His head was throbbing and his throat was dry. After a few deep breaths, Danny gathered enough strength to open his eyes and saw his legs as he was sitting in a chair. His arms were bound behind him, forcing him to lean forward slightly. He tried to shift his body, but found his his ankles taped to the legs of the chair. Danny lifted his head and saw he was in a nearly pitch-black room with a single lamp hanging high above his head. He frantically looked around the room, not seeing any other furniture past the darkness. His fogged mind searched his memory. The last thing he remembered was Damien Erebus saying,
You simply must come to the estate.
Danny focused his attention in front of him when he heard the loud clunk of a metal door unlocking and opening. He watched the darkness in front of him, remembering the events that transpired before he woke up here. He wanted to call out, yell, scream, but he couldn't because his mouth was duct taped shut. Slow footsteps could be heard approaching him in the darkness before Damien Erebus finally came into view. He was barely bathed in the pale orange light above Danny's head.
Well, well, wow. Look at you.
Damien said quietly with a tone of almost admiration.
Right where you should be.
Damien lifted his foot and slammed it onto Danny's right knee. Oh, hello. And he yelled in pain, muffled by the tape.
Under my boot.
This chapter's gonna be wild for the psycho fuckers, is all I'm saying. Danny, you're so welcome. Danny looked up at Damien with a mixture of hatred and fear. He wanted to talk. He wanted to tear this guy a new one.
Oh, what's wrong? Can't talk?
Damien lowered his foot to the ground and walked around Danny with his hand in his pockets.
Then you'll listen. I have brought you here for one reason, and that reason is my sister's soul.
Danny's head jolted upward in recognition, and Damien chuckled.
Yes, so she has abandoned our family, betrayed our father, and for that, she must die.
Danny's eyes widened in fear as he stared at his lap.
I have two ways to achieve this goal, and I can't seem to decide which one to go with.
Damien said as he rested his chin on his hand.
Option 1. I shatter you, body and soul, so that when they come for you, they will only find your bloody corpse. They will walk right into my hands, frozen in grief, knowing that you died screaming.
Danny's body tensed in fear.
Option 2. I keep you just barely alive. Enough that they have that small shred of hope that they might save you before I rip it away and slaughter you before their very eyes, breaking them before I slaughter them too.
I'm sorry. I need to stop looking at chat.
Leave us alone, you freaks.
Damien mused before he reached up and gripped Danny's hair tightly. He then used his free hand to rip the tape off Danny's mouth, causing him to yelp from the stinging sensation.
Thoughts, Daniel?
Damien asked through a sick smirk. Danny was breathing heavily, his head still throbbing.
You want my thoughts? I think that you wildly underestimate those people. And I think that if you think you're safe, they're coming for you.
Yowza. Danny spoke in Damien's face with a cocky smile. Suddenly, Danny grunted when he was hit in the cheek by a blunt object, a shadow. The impact sent his head to the side. The only sound after that was Danny's heavy breathing and the clatter of his glasses moving across the ground after being knocked off his face. Damien stood up straight with an irritated look on his face and held his still closed fist in front of him. He opened his fist and a few strands of white hair fluttered to the ground.
Bold, aren't you?
Sorry, my bad. Damien growled in irritation before he lifted his hand and a shadow snaked around Danny's throat and squeezed. Danny's head was forced upward a bit as he struggled to breathe.
Luckily, I know how to rip that right out of you.
Damien lifted his hand again, and a second shadow tendril lifted next to him. This tendril had a sharp edge, and Danny's pupils shrank in fear. Damien swiped his arm in front of him and the tendril slashed across Danny's chest. He screamed in agony as a deep gash was carved into his flesh. Damien laughed darkly as the black tendril slithered back into his shadow. Danny's head dropped as he breathed deeply through the white-hot pain.
Oh, don't worry. I won't go lethal. Not yet. Can't have you see it coming.
Damien taunted as Danny's heavy breathing faded. Danny lifted his head with an angry glare, realizing that Damien somehow figured out his gift. Meaning Damien had been watching them for who knew how long.
And as for your little act of rebellion against me...
Damien walked around Danny until he was behind him.
I know they're coming for me.
Danny grunted in pain as Damien gripped his hair and pulled his head back, his mouth right next to Danny's ear.
I want them to try.
Need one chance.
Oh my god!
No, get out of here. Get out of here.
Damien,
Leave.
I just need
Go.
one day.
Leave.
Ooh.
Leave. I'm getting tortured, and you have the audacity. Wow.
Listen, I'm only
I'm
human.
sorry, I have two types.
Shun! Shun! Shun!
Shun!
Shame.
See, Fenrir understands us.
I'm not
okay?
listening Fenrir's out at all. Nope.
I just still can't with Cyber in the last stream. Leave me alone, you freaks! Anyway, Soul, my dear.
With him.
He's in my family's estate.
Soul said quietly as the group sat around the dining table.
That's where they took Danny.
You know that for sure?
Reese asked from his spot leaning against the wall.
Yes. I'll bet I even know the room he's being held in. That's what worries me, though. He probably has Danny in the dungeon.
Soul asked as she looked down at the table, all eyes on her.
The dungeon?
The dungeon.
Reese said after a small snicker.
Yes, Reese, a dungeon. They have an underground room where they bring their high-value prisoners. It only has one entrance, and it's a foot-thick, solid steel door.
It's not the only thing.
Shut.
Motherfucker.
Soul answered as she looked at
I'll kill
Reese.
you.
Soul answered as she looked at Reese with a furrowed brow.
Well, what the hell are we gonna do? We can't just abandon him.
Nerissa yelled with panic in her tone.
Calm down, Neri. No one said we're abandoning him. I'm saying we have to do this carefully. We need a plan, and we need it fast.
Soul calmed Nerissa with a gentle touch on her shoulder.
Well, they're only keeping him prisoner, right?
Nate asked quizzically as he leaned on the table, concerned why Sol was in such a rush.
Oh no. No, they are not only keeping him prisoner. I can guarantee you they're torturing him.
Sol said coldly as she looked Nate dead in his eyes.
Torture?
Nerissa repeated in shocked disbelief. After escaping the compound, she hoped to finally have a normal life with her newfound family. She was learning firsthand that no matter who they are, gifted or cursed from the moment they're born. Sol sighed.
Yes, especially if Damien has him. We all know what happened between those two.
Sol responded coldly again before silence filled the room for a moment.
Oh
What about
shit,
your
that's
dad?
right.
Yeah, Vito, you can take Jack.
Oh yeah.
Nah, he's got it.
All right.
She. All right. What about your dad?
Jack spoke up.
That rasp.
You think we'll see him?
I doubt it. He's far too important to risk his life. He much prefers others to do his dirty work. There's a big chance we'll run into Damien, though.
Sol shrugged as she stared at Jack. So, all of us are going to break into the Erebus estate, fight our way to the basement to rescue Danny, potentially all of us being brutally killed in the process? Nyx asked the group, anxiety clear in her voice. What are you laughing at?
Sorry,
Sounds
just
like a plan
ironic.
Ugh.
Oh man. Yes,
Reese responded sternly.
yes. I already lost one friend. I will not lose another. I'm going, even if I have to go alone.
Reese was speaking with more passion than anyone had heard from him in weeks.
More passion, more fun, more energy.
You won't be going alone, Reese. We're all gonna be right here with you.
Sol said with a small smile.
So, here's the plan. Jack is going to be our eyes in the sky. We're going with the stealth option here, so he is going to give us a clear view of the place. Because I assume it'll be guarded. Nate, you are going to act as our communication. Keep a telepathic link to all of us so you can... Ow. You can warn us if shit goes south. Me, Neri, Nyx, and Reese are going inside, getting Danny, and getting out as fast as possible. Questions?
Sol spat out the plan quickly and looked around.
Yeah, I got one.
Nate spoke up as he raised a hand next to his head.
All four of you going down there seems dangerous. Shouldn't it just be one or two?
Nate asked, clearly nervous about Nyx going in there. Actually, I have a thought about that. What if Reese and I stayed outside to cause a distraction in front of the estate, and you and Neri went in the back while the guards were fighting us? Nyx asked as she looked at Sol. Nate looked at her from the corner of his eye. That idea wasn't exactly better, but at least she wouldn't be fighting Damien. Sol looked between Nyx and Reese for a moment.
That could work.
Sol said quietly.
There is a problem, though. The Erebus estate is about 2 hours away. By car.
Well, fuck. How are we supposed to get a car? I sure as hell don't have one.
I have an idea about that,
Nate spoke up.
but you might not like it, Nyx.
He said as he locked eyes with her.
Well, my mom's place is only about a half-hour walk from here, and she has a van.
Nate trailed off. A look of shock spread across Nyx's face. You want to bring your mom back into this after what happened? Nate sighed.
I knew you'd have an issue, Nyx, but the fact is this. She now knows I'm gifted. She knows you're gifted, and she already risked her life to help us once.
So you want her to risk her life again? Nyx raised her voice, remembering what happened that night.
Well, that's the thing. She wouldn't be risking anything. I would talk to her. She would let us take the van, drive off. No fuss.
Nate explained to her as he gripped what? As he gently gripped her shoulders. Fuck.
Nix, it's the best option we got. We have to get Danny out of there.
Marissa said with worry in her tone. Nix crossed her arms and closed her eyes with a deep sigh. All right, fine. Let's do it. Nix finally agreed, and the group started preparing to leave. All Danny had to do was hold on until they got there. Scene change.
Yay!
Baby, you got this.
Yup, prepare. The heavy metal door jolted Danny awake, creaking open once more. He tried to lift his head, but it started pounding in protest. All he could smell was the thick metallic scent of his own blood. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw his pants and shirt were stained in it. Damien approached again with a large dagger in his hand and a manic grin on his lips. The dagger was silver and slightly curved, decorated with intricate designs. It was also sharp. Very sharp.
Hello again.
Damien said in a low voice, causing Danny to jump slightly.
Care for another round?
Why?
I'm gonna die tonight.
I'm gonna die tonight. It's crazy. Okay. Danny whispered in a hoarse voice, without lifting his head. This monster barely let Danny have any water since he was imprisoned, and no food.
Why? Because you fascinate me.
Damien said as he leaned down and gripped Danny's hair again, forcing Danny's head up to look at him.
You are so weak, and yet you have the gall to surround yourself with superior people and think yourself invincible.
My fault.
Bro.
I fucking keep getting interrupted and it's irritating me. Damien brought the tip of the knife close to Danny's face, making his pupils narrow in fear. Damien then swiftly stabbed the knife into Danny's thigh. His eyes shot open wide before he screamed as white-hot pain shot through his already aching body. Damien threw Danny against the back of the chair by his hair and stood up with a manic grin, leaving the knife in his leg as Danny's scream faded into heavy breathing.
Feel invincible now?
I never said I was invincible.
Danny whispered through his shallow breaths and shaking voice. He grunted suddenly when Damien slapped him across the face with the back of his hand.
You've got a set of steel balls on you. Reminds me of someone I know.
Damien looked down at Danny's confused look.
Well, I don't know her, but you do. A certain ferocity to her just waiting to come out.
Damien looked off into space a bit. My fault, sorry. Thinking to himself.
It's nothing.
Danny gritted his teeth, knowing that Damien was toying with his mind. Damien saw this and sighed longingly.
Oh, how I love that look on your face. A sweet symphony of confusion, anger, and fear. The exact look on your face when I broke you the first time.
Damien mused before he lifted his hand and another shadow tendril lifted from Danny's shadow. It snaked around Danny slowly before it stabbed into his shoulder. Danny screamed again as the tendril went right through his shoulder and out the other side.
Oh, I love that sound. I finally decided. I think I'll wait until your pathetic friends are here before I end you. Maybe I'll get creative and put an end to your family first.
Damien taunted before his expression dropped when Danny started laughing quietly.
Nice try, asshole. They're across the country.
Danny lifted his head to look Damien in the eye. Damien then removed the shadow tendril from Danny's shoulder, and he yelped once as a quick stab of pain shot through him again. Damien whipped the tendril across Danny's face, leaving a deep gash on his cheek.
Oh, I'm fully aware. While your filthy muggle mother may be out of my reach, while your powerless parents may be out of my reach, your sister is not.
Damien snarled at Danny, taunting him. Danny looked back at Damien with pained confusion.
I'm an only child, you idiot.
Danny shot back weakly before he grunted as Damien punched him in the face, right on the cut caused by the tendril.
Watch your tongue, Yoshami. One more time. Watch your tongue, Yoamish. Lest I remove it.
Damien growled as he straightened his posture.
So, you don't know then. Oh, that's even better.
Damien rested his chin on his hand again, looking at Danny with an amused smile.
Tell me, Daniel, are you aware that your entire life has been built on a lie?
Damien said quietly as he brought his hands behind his back and walked around Danny. Danny lifted his head again.
What are you talking about?
Damien hummed in amusement.
Oh, this is perfect.
He said before pausing for a moment. Danny could tell he was thinking.
Oh, what the hell? You're adopted, Daniel.
Damien mused before Danny's eyes widened in shock and confusion.
Oh, okay, hang on. Chad, I'm so sorry in advance. There's that look again. Yes, my toy. You're adopted. Most likely because your true parents saw what a pathetic wretch you are. Who knows? Although I know something that will truly break you. But I think I'll wait for the perfect time to deliver the blow.
Whew! Damien taunted before he leaned down and gripped the knife that was still stuck in Danny's thigh, twisting it. Oh my God, Katarina, Jesus! Okay. Danny yelled in pain through gritted teeth as the dagger twisted in his thigh, creating a sickening crunching sound.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was so ready, and then you had to say that.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Please. Just let me go.
Danny begged through his agony, not knowing what else to do. He wanted nothing more than to fall unconscious, but he knew that if he did, Damien would only jolt him awake with more agonizing pain. He was exhausted. He hadn't slept in almost 20 hours, which felt like days for him.
Oh no. No, no, no. You won't be leaving this place anytime soon. Not if I can help it.
Damien said in a dark tone, looking deep into Danny's terrified eyes.
Why? What do you want from me?
Danny asked in a clearer tone, the intense pain fading slightly.
Screaming.
Oh, shit. Damien growled through a sick grin as he twisted the knife again, pushing it deeper into Danny's leg as he screamed loudly. Damien...
Sorry.
My god, Damien's grin grew wider before it faded when the metal door creaked open.
Sir, Master Kage wishes to see you.
Thanks, Solid Snake. An unknown voice called through the darkness. Damien gritted his teeth in irritation as Danny internally thanked the voice for ending his suffering, if only temporarily.
I guess we'll pick this up later.
Damien said in annoyance before he swiftly removed the knife from Danny's thigh as he grunted stiffly. Damien gently slapped Danny's cheek twice with his free hand.
Don't miss me too much, my toy.
Damien...
Oh, yeah, okay, that you didn't.
He did not need to, but he did. Sheesh. Anyway, Damien taunted with a wink before he left the room, leaving Danny alone in the darkness. His broken and fogged mind started racing in the deafening silence. Damien couldn't have been telling the truth, right? Danny couldn't be adopted. His parents loved him so much. Danny hung his head as tears began falling from his eyes. He didn't know how much longer he could take this torture.
Where are you guys?
Oh, my heart. Sorry.
Yeah, and you guys are all fucking hot and bothered.
got us
Fuck
right,
y'all.
dumbass.
Fuck y'all.
When it comes to the heartbreak, I will never be okay.
Anyway, Mary was washing the dishes while staring into space. Her home was quiet and lonely since Nate was arrested alongside Nyx. Mary couldn't help but feel slightly betrayed from having to learn her son was gifted from Zachariah and not Nate. She was jolted out of her thoughts when she heard a knock on her front door. Mary solemnly dried her hands with a dish towel before moving to her front door. She opened it and halted in her tracks.
Can I do it?
Sure, buddy.
Alright.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Nathan?
Oh. Okay. Mary whispered in disbelief. Nate smiled at his mom, a warm feeling spreading through his body.
Hola, mamá.
Oh. Nate said quietly before his mother rushed forward and hugged him tightly. After way too long of a hug, she pushed him back so she could look at him.
Dios mío, my dear boy, what happened to you? Where have you been?
Oh my god. Mary asked quickly, through her tearful visage of happiness.
Mom, I would love to tell you the extremely long story of what happened to me, but we don't have the time. My friend's life is in grave danger and we have to go save him. And to do that, we need your van.
Nate said evenly.
What do you mean, leave me? Do you have friends with you?
His mother asked as she craned her neck to look past him. Nate sighed as he closed his eyes.
Damn it.
Nate whispered to himself, "Can't hide shit from mama," before he turned around and whistled shortly while waving his hand in the air. Mary watched as his group of friends emerged from the thick bushes next to his house. They all quickly entered the house before Nate closed the door behind them.
Nyx! Oh, honey, I'm so glad to see you're okay.
Oh, mama. I'm sorry. Mary said happily as she planted a few kisses on her forehead.
Who are all these lovely people?
Mom, this is Reese, Jack, Narissa, and Sol.
Nate said as he pointed to each
You?
of them. You? They all offered a wave of greeting in response.
Now, I don't mean to show up out of the blue and run, but like I said, one of our friends is in serious danger. We need your van to get him out of it. Por favor, mamá. Please. We need your help.
His mother looked around at each of his friends. They all had looks of intense worry on their faces. She could tell this was a serious issue. She could tell they were only here because there was no other choice. Mary took a deep breath before answering.
Of course, mi amor.